Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
BoxingVoice.com.
What broke him down? Was it just a body punching? I was hitting him with body punching. I heard him actually, he was crying in there. You're saying that Gibbs was crying when you hit him? Yes. When did that happen? And perhaps the fourth round on.
BoxingVoice.com.
So you knew you had him by that time? Absolutely, I knew you were tough and taking those punches.
Beyonce Productions.
Making women's gestures like,
Let's go, champ.
It's the champ. It's the champ. With the fake champ. With how they could go.
BoxingVoice.com. I'm a team like he's a C+ fighter. I'm a dominant dogfish fighter. I'm talking about punishment. We're going to punish you for 12 rounds. Either the referee says you had enough, or you can say you had enough, or you can stay your ass there all night until you ain't had enough. Hey, I feel I'm the best in the sport, and to be the best, you got to beat the best. And all I did was beat opponents. I worked my way from the bottom to the top. I won a title by beating top competition and top fighters. This guy was the paper champion.
Do you feel that you're the best super middleweight right now? 100%.
Let's go, champ.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of the Boxing Voice. Today is going to be your Keith Thurman versus Danny Garcia. Robbery or victory? I know a lot of people are up in arms. They don't really like the title, but if you were live, if you were in the building, you already know that a big majority of the fans and celebrities had Danny Garcia winning. So what we will do is go out to all our co-hosts, get all their opinions, as well as open up these international phone lines and find out exactly how the public received this fight. Was Keith Thurman victorious? With a split decision victory? Or did Danny Garcia deserve to be the king of the Barclays Center, as these two men packed the house with 16,533 paying boxing fans to watch this big fight? I can't believe myself or my eyes when I was in there for the post-fight to see the sea of boxing fans. But listen, man, I've chopped it up enough. Let me jump out to some of my co-hosts here and just get their thoughts.
What's up, man? Yeah, I just want to say I saw fight two.
Stay focused, stay working my dad. Boxing Voice. Listen, if he comes to fight, then I'm going to look for him.
I saw fight two.
I think you accurate.
Yes, indeed. Robbery or victory. I was one of those 16,000 in attendance. I watched it live and I scored it 7-5 for Danny Garcia. Dave Chappelle, on the other hand, said that the judges scored it right, and Thurman was victorious. I'm not calling it a robbery. I'm calling it a close fight. I'm very hoarse because I had a long weekend. The TBV Appreciation Night was awesome, as well was the fight night. Erickson Lubin was one of my highlights with that squat and upper and that left punch just coming in and knocking out Gato. Yes, Nestor.
Yeah, man, that was a beautiful move. If anybody hasn't seen that, you can head on over to the Boxing Voice Instagram and watch the Erickson Lubin highlight fight reel that we have there, and you will see that Pernell Whitaker kind of stop, drop, pop back up, and knock your man out. It was amazing. Definitely something worth watching, as was this main event. Let's go down the line, obviously, and, speak about this. We're going to get into the main event. Keith Thurman, one-time Thurman versus Danny Swift Garcia. Enrique, instead of me going back and forth with you as to how I seen it, did you think that Swift looked Did he live up to that name? Was he at least looking swift in there?
I thought so. He had very good moments. You can't take anything away from what Danny Garcia did. It was a close fight. I was in the middle of both fans, Thurman fans who was scoring it beside me, and Garcia fans. First round, Thurman all day. Second round, Thurman all day. Third round, probably Thurman's. But Danny Garcia landed shots, took the big shot of Keith Thurman. So the one time wasn't there. To me, it became then later in the fight, it became like the Lamont Peterson fight, which a lot of fans of boxing say was a robbery for Lamont. But scored. I haven't watched it on television. I'm going to do that. But in person, Danny Garcia lived up to his name. Yeah, he fought a hell of a fight against Thurman, who's a hell of a fighter and a hell of a personality. I myself wanted neither of them to lose. I wanted to draw, but yeah, the best man won on paper.
BoxingMD, what's going on, brother? I know you want to sit in on this. We're gonna head on over to Sunshine State. BoxingMD, what's going on?
Is that a fair statement to make? You have to be honest with yourself.
So let me ask you a question. When people tell you that Manny Pacquiao beat Floyd Mayweather, what's your reaction?
Negative.
My reaction, honestly, if that were a caller on the show, I'd probably hit him with the soundbite.
Okay. So here's my thing. Everybody knows. Well, I grew up in the place in America, the city in America that has the second most Puerto Ricans. New York City being the number one place where that has a number one Puerto Rican population. I've obviously, the saying is there, and this is true, that there's even more Puerto Ricans in New York City than there's in San Juan, right? Millions. Maybe there's even over 1 million, right? Enrique, correct?
There's 8 million people in New York City, probably.
That's not what I said. Puerto Ricans.
No, I know what you said. You said there's more Puerto Ricans in New York City than San Juan, but New York is way bigger than San Juan.
Correct. Okay, you don't get my point. But the point I'm trying to make is that I think the only people that think that it was a robbery or Danny Garcia won were of Danny Garcia fans or repping the flag. Same thing, and the only people that thought that.
That's false because I was sat by a Muslim who was from Africa. I sat by a black dude and another person of color, and they weren't Puerto Rican. I was Puerto Rican surrounded.
Enrique, you're an intelligent guy. I know. So this, I don't need to define this term to you. Groupthink.
No. It was divided. There was Thurman, and there was.
All right. So there's groupthink, and groupthink encourages people that they see what they don't want to see. And when you watch it on TV, you'll see a much wider, decisive victory for Keith Thurman. Right. I know you say people immediately throw the analogy. This is like Oscar De La Hoya Trinidad, where Oscar De La Hoya chose to not engage in the last few rounds and won. The difference is that Trinidad actually did something. Trinidad actually did something, whereas Danny Garcia really didn't do much. The guy who came forward, threw less punches, landed less punches, and landed the less power shots. Enrique, you really need to go back and watch that fight because realistically, I think I gave Danny Garcia 3 rounds.
I am going to watch the fight. In the arena, a lot of people were debating it can be a tie. They thought it would be a draw. I had it 5-7, 7-5 Garcia, but other people had it the other side for Thurman. So yeah, you may be right. I have to watch it live.
Well, I did go back and watch it on tape. I'll say I can see anyone thinking this was a tough fight or a tight fight. I see that MD has a slick little, smirk on his face. So round one, it's fair to say.
What do you mean, Ness? I'm happy to be alive. You should try it.
No, I'm happy too, bro. What are you talking about? I was at the biggest fight of the year, if not, definitely of the last decade, because even though Mayweather-Pacquiao didn't live up to it and we knew how it would turn out, maybe a lot of people knew how this would turn out, or did they? why are we sitting here having a show whether or not it was a robbery or a win? We did an immediate reaction. You can check it out yourself. Live from the Barclays Center. We had everyone's, reaction, even professional fighters. Luis Collazo was on hand. He spoke with us. He gave us his immediate reaction. So, this one was seen by many different eyes, and I think it was a matter of what did you like? I've seen a few different streams, so to say, right? I seen a Box Nation stream. I obviously seen the live stream, and I obviously watched the fight live. Each commentator had a different opinion, but I won't sit here and try to paint a narrative where any of those commentators seen Danny Garcia winning. Did they see him doing some good things? Yes. Did they see him working at spots? Absolutely. But ultimately, let's not sing and dance here. Keith Thurman put on a good boxing performance. The way that he was able to stay in and out. Just like any fights, you have highs and lows, and the title shifts, and that's what happened. Maybe Danny won a few rounds, but Keith is very, I guess, on point with saying that the fight is a battle and you must win at least 7 rounds to get a clear-cut decision. This was a split decision. I do understand why there will be callers that are very upset, and that's because of the 116-112. So before we actually get into that specific
wait, no. Bullshit.
Before
Bullshit.
we
wait, there's callers that are upset.
Scorecard, MD. Let me get to one of our other co-hosts that just came in from Texas.
It's me, Mario.
I deeply apologize for being late. Couldn't be helped. I was trying to listen to the show, could not, but we have correspondence. So I do know that the aura around the show is, whether the scorecard in favor of Danny was fair. I'm going to say this. No, it wasn't fair. Whatever MD said, I'm sure I agree with him just based on our correspondence from last night and earlier today. I made a few notes. I'm just going to go over those notes and then I'll pass it MD because I know that he has something juicy to say. Look, Thurman learned something very important in last night's fight. Okay. And this is something that a lot of fighters don't get the opportunity to learn in a fight like he was in, where he could control when he wanted. There were only spurts when Danny really came alive on his own. Don't get me wrong, Danny did very well, but probably about 50% of the time it's because Thurman was kind of allowing him to do well. Thurman learned to fight 12 strong. This is a lesson that Oscar De La Hoya could have clearly taught him in the Felix, in the Trinidad fight. And, it's something that they brought up last night, but it's an important thing. You got to fight 12 strong. You can't take off rounds, and especially consecutive rounds. And I had those rounds marked. I'm so
Enrique,
sorry that I couldn't.
Yes, sorry to interrupt you, but I brought that up. Can you agree with me on this point that Trinidad did way more in those later rounds than Danny Garcia did in those later rounds?
I don't think he's on MD, but
I'm on. I thought Danny Garcia won around 11 and 12.
But
I thought around 10 it was a 5-5 fight.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
Well, and the last thing I real quick want to point out about the fight is that I do want to say, and this is just an overall observation, is Thurman is trying to get that #1 status. Now, he got that #1 status in the division last night, but when he's searching for that #1 status, yes, he did. He got that #1 status. It needs to be overall. He's looking to replace Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather wasn't just the #1 welterweight. Floyd Mayweather was the #1 fighter overall. Thurman's got to start putting away these guys. He's got to start putting away these guys. He's got to start closing shows. He's got to start doing these things. And don't get me wrong, he's fighting incredible fighters. Some could argue better fighters than Floyd fought around the same type of time that Thurman is in his career, the basis. But Thurman's got to start putting away some of these guys.
Listen, Thurman played the number game, so that's equal to Floyd Mayweather. He fought smart, like you said. I agree with that. He was playing numbers.
Okay, so let me go back again. When
I looked at the chat, I want to get to one caller since we have so many listeners
Go ahead.
So many people watching. I want to mix up a little bit of callers with a little bit of our take. We're going to go out to 559. I believe this is Alex Lemon all the way from Northern California, right?
Yes, sir. Calling in for that crow. Big time, a big plate of it. Okay, now that I've eaten that crow, man, I had it 8-4. I had it for Danny. I was counting body shots. It seems like no one was counting body shots. I mean, 11. Thurman ran. I mean, from
Alex, I love you. How many beers did you have before this fight, though? I love you, Alex. Don't take that effort.
I only had like a 3-pack of the tall cans. You know what I mean? Not that much. But I saw the scorecards for the judges, and one judge had Thurman winning round 11 and 12, and I counted Thurman threw 0 punches in round 11. That doesn't make sense to me. That's why I feel it was I had an 8-4 for Danny. I mean, what's up, Ness? You guys got a question for me or what? I mean,
no, I can't have a question for. I'm sure MD would like to rebuttal that 8-4 scorecard since he's seen.
Yeah, I know. Ness is playing Mr. Neutral, so I'm the one. I guess with Mario. Originally when Ness goes, oh, there's going to be people calling in that are offended by the 116, 112. No, I'm offended by the 115, 113 for Danny Garcia. I really am. I think it's ridiculous that you could even give him 7 rounds. I really don't see that. Even if you give him the 12 round, I mean, you're really going to tell me that there's 6 more rounds in that fight that he won? And you say that he should be knocking guys and putting guys out. Keith Thurman went into that fight aggressive. And Danny Garcia in the 3rd round felt that power. And since then on, Danny Garcia, his hands were in his pocket. He did not seem like a guy who wanted to win his fight. Now, we'll give Danny credit where he was more defensively sound than I ever seen him. It's, with the head movement, with not his footwork, but it's his body positioning that I was very impressed with. But Danny Garcia did not look like he wanted to win that fight. And I think it was because the power. Because when you let those hands go, Keith Thurman hits hard enough for him to get hurt. And you saw how he reacted in that 3rd round from the left hook.
He looks so defeated in the corner.
Objection, Your Honor. I just want to state some facts. In the post-fight press conference, Keith Thurman said, and I quote, and I paraphrase, does Danny Garcia hit hard? Yes. He threw a left hook at me that I ducked, but it hit me on the shoulder. I'm still feeling the pain. His hands feel like bricks. And I just want to say that to couple it with.
What did that have to do with what I said?
Everyone thought that he was a small welterweight, or even Keith himself questioned his ability at welterweight. There was a lot made of him moving up. Can he carry the power? Will he be big enough, strong enough? Keith Thurman is known as a puncher, supposedly one time. This is now his 3rd time not knocking out any elite level fighter. I think it's safe to at least say, whether you believe Danny got the win or loss, he's a legitimate welterweight. I didn't see Keith Thurman going in there for gusto as if there was nothing, throwing caution to the wind. That's not what he did. He fought a very paced fight.
Now we're asking him to fight stupid.
Ness, be fair though. Be fair, Ness.
He boxed. There's people out there that are calling him runtime. So if the guy can't punch, you wouldn't be called runtime if the guy.
He was up like 8 rounds.
Hold on, let me clear this up for Ness. There were a few people that did criticism, a small minority that criticized him as being too small for the weight class. But that's ridiculous. That was not the majority consensus. The majority consensus was criticizing him on his upward march to welterweight. Look, the guy had a junior welterweight title and defended it at catchweights in the welterweight division for like 2 or 3 years. Okay. Then he comes up in the most gradual process ever and fights a guy who was never really a welterweight in the first place. If you look at his welterweight record, he's only had, I think, 2 legitimate welterweight fights and only against 1 legitimate welterweight opponent. And then he fought Keith Thurman. So there was criticism about whether or not he was accustomed to welterweight, not whether he was a welterweight. And he did prove it last night that he is fully accustomed. You're absolutely right about that.
And again, that's made 0 sense when he goes, he hits hard. I said he didn't let his hands go. Look at the fucking numbers. The dude coming forward, being the aggressor.
Mario, how are you hearing?
One second.
It's bad. It's bad.
Jump off, jump back in, please. In the meantime, let's move on to Erickson Lubin, or should we stay a little longer, linger here? Actually, let me go out to another caller, international. I think we might have him in the airport. We're probably still here in the New York City area. No, it sounds bad, MD. Jump off and come back on, please. Yeah, man. Let's go out to one of our 2017 International Caller of the Year, Alex, all the way from Australia, but hailing from New York City probably today, or probably in travels back to Australia. He partied with us at #TBV Appreciation Night. Check out the hashtag for excellent photos of that night.
No one can stop me, really.
Oh, there's a king croc right there. This croc has enough power in its jaws to rip my head right off.
Unique in the 6th round, in the 7th round.
You gotta be the legend to become a legend.
Honestly, these are unbeatable.
You gotta be the legend to become a legend.
Hey everyone, before I jump into the topic of Garcia Thurman, I'll quickly say TBV Appreciation Night was a massive success. Easily one of the best nights of my life. I had a great weekend, ended up watching the fight live with Matt, and it was just amazing. Nestor did a great job hosting everything, and look, to everyone out there, if I can jump in a kangaroo's pouch and hop here over a 27-hour period, I'm pretty sure all of you in America can at least make your way down and show some love, you know? It was a great night. But yeah, just on topic, I honestly don't see how anyone could say Garcia won. I really, like, I got to eat some crow. I picked Garcia. I said Thurman was correctly favored, but yeah, I'll eat some crow. Yeah, so I picked Garcia, but I mean, Thurman was just he was just outworking him, and ring generalship played a big part. I mean, for most of that fight, I saw Thurman moving Garcia where he wanted to move him. I mean, Garcia had some good spots, and he had some good defense, making Thurman miss a lot. But for the majority of the fight, Thurman was, you know, controlling the fight, landing the harder, cleaner shots, and in the first round rocked him good. I didn't score it exact. I mean, I was getting too much into the fight. I was watching it live with Matt, and but I probably had it somewhere around the 7-5, 8-4 mark for Thurman. But I don't think it'd be 9-3. I think that's a bit of a bias opinion by MD. But you know, it was a good fight, really good fight. I really enjoyed it watching it live, and I really enjoyed everything to do with TBV this weekend. Thank you guys for everything. Thank you for your hospitality. It was, you know, I felt so welcomed. Flying in internationally was well worth it. Thank you guys for everything, and that's my call.
It was nice meeting you too, brother.
Alex, it was a wonderful time to meet you. You know, I can't wait to get the TBV Appreciation Night video out so the world could see Alex. Alex has actually embraced social media, so definitely, Alex, you should shout out your Twitter and you know, things like that, because he's a great boxing fan. Made the trip all the way out here, had a great time. I mean, definitely impressed me all around. Stand-up guy. All the ladies loved him. All the bartenders loved him. So, Alex, what is your social media? Do you have any? I believe you're on Twitter for sure.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter. You guys can find me on Facebook or Twitter, Alex Bogdanowski, or I don't exactly know my Twitter handle. I just use it to contact with you guys, to be honest. I just made it to muck around with views, but so I can't give you that. But Alex Bogdanowski on Facebook, and yeah, give me an ad. Anyone from the party, man. You guys were awesome people, and I'm in Philly for the next couple of days. So if anyone's around, hit me up. Big shout outs quickly to JD, Canada, Jose from Canada, and Matt, and all the boys I was chilling with last night. It was just an amazing night, and both nights. And thank you guys for everything again.
MD, now I know you had a problem with my issue bringing up Danny's power, or
let's do sound check. Do I sound good?
You sound great. Leveling out as a welterweight, I think this fight at least proved that.
That's not even the point I was trying to make, and we're not arguing necessarily. I said that Danny kept his hands in his pocket. Danny threw like 150 less punches. How could he be the aggressor? He landed like, I don't know how many less. I don't have the numbers. A lot less punches. How could he be the aggressor? Like you guys, like I just don't see this. Danny Garcia looked like a guy who felt the power and was cautious of the power. And I don't think he didn't try to win, but I thought that he knew what was coming when he was letting his hands go. And Keith Thurman hits hard. I don't think that his power is lacking. I just think that due to Danny Garcia not letting his hands open and his very, very, very solid defense, Keith Thurman wasn't able to get him out there.
You're absolutely right. And I want to make a point to the body work that one of the callers suggested. It's a great point because a lot of times body work gets overlooked in a fight, especially when scoring it. But that's not what happened last night. When Danny wasn't throwing body work, he gave up. He wasn't throwing anything. If you're committed to the body, then when you're not throwing to the body, you got to be throwing jabs. And then when you're not throwing jabs, you got to be throwing to the body. You got to mix them up two different ways. I understand you can't go the entire fight attacking the body without mixing it up. But Danny just stopped attacking the body at one point in the fight. He was doing lovely body work, beautiful body work, as well as I've ever seen him throw it. I do also real quick want to make 2 points. I want to give credit where credit's due. Both MD and Ness, you said yesterday before the fight that Danny's chin would not only hold up against Thurman, but it would hold up against his best shots in the fight. Y'all are absolutely right. I could not believe how well his chin held up. He was barely stunned at any point in the fight. And
first round, though, Mario, I mean, I was worried.
But other than that, oh, no, he did. But look, he completely regained. See, that's the thing that people don't understand about chin.
It was amazing.
It's touch and go, but it's how you can recover. That's also the biggest test of the chin.
I don't know how he didn't go down. With the momentum, it was like an identical shot from when he caught Morales in that very same building. He was about to spin like a top the way that Morales did, and somehow he stopped. I can't believe his gloves didn't touch. I can't believe that even when Thurman jumped on top of him and got to hit him with 2 and 3 more clean shots, Danny was able to pull away in the corner and kind of do like his own rendition of the shoulder roll, lean back when Thurman threw that last right hand and kind of hold him off and hold him physically, bear hug him until that bell rang. That showed maturity, man. I'm excited for both of these guys. I mean, look, there had to be a loser. There really did have to be a loser. Maybe Danny was the brand. I think that we all can agree that he was the brand. DSG has become at least something synonymous with boxing.
Well said.
Thurman, on the other hand, doesn't necessarily have that, but he's trying to build that all-American boy type of thing. That's why he comes out in the red, white, and blue every time that he can. That's why, he says how he's American, and he doesn't forget to mention, that he's white and black. Maybe trying to get that crossover appeal, but I think the same thing that he's trying to use to attract people is the same thing that is keeping him away from the public. Or was this just Danny Garcia's house and this was 16,533 people that wanted to see Garcia win? Because when he was announced into the ring, and even when he won, the boos were raining down on him.
Let's also not pretend that they were booing in that. Before Keith Thurman ran in the 12th round, whatever people say he ran, and yes, he did not engage in the last 2 rounds, right? The last 2 rounds, it wasn't like he didn't engage. People say, oh, he didn't engage from round 7 to 12. That's bullshit. Again, he threw more punches and landed more punches, so I don't know where that narrative comes from. Even in those
rounds off, maybe here and there, like parts of rounds, but he did not stop fighting 7 through 12.
Exactly. So my thing is that you say that Keith Thurman's trying to be an All-American. I don't think Keith Thurman's trying to be anything else but himself, to be honest. When the way he talks.
No, I don't think I meant he's trying to be. Remember when you were in the gym with us and he spoke of him living his American dream. He said, this is my dream. I love to fight. I want to be a fighter. And now I'm making millions fighting. I'm on, NBC. Because I think it was someone in the gym with us mentioned pay-per-view. And he's like, I don't want to be on pay-per-view. No, I want to be in front of 10 million plus people. And it didn't do 10 million, did it, MD? What was the exact number that you sent me?
2.7. I don't know on the top of my head, but 2.7 million. But
how bad is that, in your opinion?
I mean, it's better than what Danny Garcia did, or it's better than what Keith Thurman did against Sean Porter, but it's not that much better. It's a few 100,000 more. I think it went from like 2.4 to 2.9. or 2.7. I don't know. It was a little bit of a leap, but I just have to say one thing, that there's a Danny Garcia brand, and that's what it is. He's a brand. I think a lot of it is an act. Like, and I know people are going to call me hater for that, but like, Danny Garcia, CCC, yeah, CCC. I mean, Keith Thurman would never be caught in a situation like that. Like, that to me was embarrassing. He's trying to like go into this act, and even in his tweet, he goes, you know, I take this loss humble. He goes, this ain't nothing, you know, this is nothing to a giant. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like a lot of us see this shit. A lot of us see that Danny Garcia kind of has an act, and that's kind of why it turns off to a lot of people who just like the sport of boxing, who aren't necessarily into as much of the you know, Langoonies or whatever you call it.
I don't know, MD. This is where I come in, and you know, I use words that you don't like, that typically are an umbrella for a bunch of other words, right? But this is where I say you're negative or you're a hater. I mean, look how you read into a man's tweet. First of all, I'm pretty sure, you being from the East Coast, you know, this ain't nothing to a giant is like, it's not. He didn't make that phrase up. It's been in boxing.
Yeah, but he used it. He used it.
It's been in rap for a long
time. It actually is a hip hop lyric used by
I know what it's
guys
used.
from Philadelphia.
I know, but he has to big himself up while trying to be humble. Like, just be fucking humble if you're going to be humble.
I think that he's being humble by saying, I lost, I'll be back. That's it.
That's all he had to say instead of whatever. Okay.
No, I get where MD's coming from. I get where MD's coming from. No. Listen, I'm gonna play.
I don't know.
Listen, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, because I get where MD's coming from, and MD has every right. Look, MD's a host on the show, but also at the end of the day, MD's a person who loves boxing, so he reflects you know, certain things that happen. But in my opinion, I think when you reach the level of a Danny Garcia, you have to have that cockiness. Like, look at Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey took a loss and just like obliterated. Okay, Danny, I think, is in a position where he could let this loss you know, set the rest of his career trajectory, or he can rise above it to continue to call himself a giant, to continue to call himself the best ever. I just think it's macho game. If you don't think you're the best every time you step in the ring, you got a problem. You should not be in that ring. You know, I've had people tell me advice, like at the professional level, where it's like, you know, if you're going to be a writer, you declare yourself the best writer. If you're going to be a janitor, you declare yourself the best. But when you have reached the level of Danny where you could literally call yourself the best junior welterweight in the world, hands down, then it's hard to come off of that, you know, it's hard to come off of that pedestal.
Hey, listen.
I'm just excited to see where he's going to go next, because, you know, we don't have to sit here and debate. We all think highly of Keith Thurman. So Danny Garcia didn't pass the Keith Thurman test this time. I want to see who can he beat in that welterweight division. I still think that there's some exciting fights for him. But on the other hand, I think that the only interesting fight left for Keith Thurman in this division at the moment, until something builds up in itself, would be the winner of Kell Brooks Spence, because I'm looking at the way he was able to finesse his win with Danny Garcia. You know, it was about 8-4. Some even say 9-3. You know, he was dipping in and out. Can he do that with Kell Brook, though? I mean, he didn't look as strong as I thought he would be. I mean, Danny, again, took those shots so well and gave it to him. Danny was doing some good countering to the body that, I mean, I don't know. Can Thurman take some shots like that, dig into the body from Kell Brook? I don't know. I'm asking, who is his best option moving forward? So my question to all my hosts, starting with Enrique, who I cut off, who do you want to see Danny with immediately next? And who do you want to see Thurman with immediately next? Let's not forget, this is only a first quarter fight. These guys could possibly get 2 more if we're extra lucky and the boxing gods want to bless us. Realistically, though, 1 more fight, right? Who are those guys?
Well, immediately I went to, you know, Errol Spence and Kell Brook. Of course, Errol Spence has him. So the winner of that, yeah, definitely would love to see Keith Thurman face that as his next opponent. Danny Garcia, his pops was like, yo, I want Danny to retire after this, to be honest. So I wanted to ask, yo, you think they're contemplating that, or will there be a rematch? So for Danny Garcia, I would like for him to get the rematch. I don't want to see anything in between. That's my opinion.
Let me ask you a question. Yes. Does Keith Thurman, after taking Sean Porter and Danny Garcia, does he get a Francisco Vargas? Does he get a Raul Salka? I'm just wondering, does he get that? I mean, does he get that, Ness?
He should absolutely get a fucking hometown Florida fight versus someone, maybe Berto, right? Well, Berto's already tied up with Porter now, but it would have been intelligent of them to leave Berto a vacant so he could do an all Florida boy.
Is he going to fight a guy in the division below that's 135 ranked?
What about Diego Chavez?
I mean, I'm sure.
I'm just wondering because people call me a hater. People call me a hater, but Danny Garcia sets the standard for cherry picking, and Keith Thurman does not. So I don't know, like that's what I'm saying. Like there's tangible things that you like. I have principles when I when I analyze a fighter and when I analyze things and what I like about the sport. So I have tangible things that I could say about Danny Garcia's career that I'm not a fan of. So
and
that's all I'm saying.
I can still call you a hater because even after him getting in there and fighting the best welterweight in the world,
I'm just wondering if Keith Thurman
want to bring up the pass. You want to bring up cherry picking. No one's talking about cherries because he just fought and lost to Thurman. But I'm
wondering if Keith Thurman gets his cherries now. That's what I'm saying.
Well, okay, I'm gonna
remind us of what took place in the past. That's what a negative person wants. The question to my coach.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the turn. No, I know exactly what the question was, and I'm gonna pick it up here. Look, I know this might sound dumb to a lot of people, but and especially after what MD just said, which I honestly do agree with what MD just said. I think that Danny and Broner is always something I'd love to see. I think it could happen at a catch weight that makes it fair for both of them. 100%. I think that that's a great fight right now for the two of them. It's something that has to be settled, I think, from 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago. And so that's where I'd like to see him go. I really would. There's no reason to fight, a Kell Brook type or anything like that. As for Thurman, I am 100%. Let me tell you, as for Thurman, I can't give you a name because I couldn't even think of anyone that bad. Like, he does deserve a fight off-ish, but that's the problem with the welterweight division is who's a fight off? Felix Diaz? Like, for real? No way. That's not even a fight off. Like, that division is a monster division. Like, anyone in the top 15 is a semi-tough fight. For sure the top 12. And so what I would love to see is Thurman get Pacquiao. That's what I would want because he deserves that fight. That is the passing of a torch, and Thurman deserves it absolutely.
It's the same. That's the exact same thing that I said too. It's funny that we're agreeing on that because it's fucking bullshit. And I know he doesn't want to be on pay-per-view, but it's bullshit that Amir Khan, right? Amir Khan's getting a shot at this legend, making millions of dollars, and this dude has two legitimate belts. If he won them in legitimate, he didn't win in the legitimate. You could argue that because who he won the belts off. What people could always say that, but he would have 3 legitimate belts, and I don't remember the last time someone in a welterweight division had all 4 belts. So it's something that Pacquiao or Mayweather never did because they both were in the sport at the same time. So Keith Thurman, has a few more years at this point to make himself a legend, and he just has a small opportunity, just like anybody does, because I do believe that his style could be beat. Like Mario said, I don't think he's clearly the best welterweight on earth, but that argument is there. I think that there's competitive fights out there, and I would like him to see get a Pacquiao fight, but he said he doesn't want to be on pay-per-view, so of course that's going to be difficult, especially dealing with Top Rank.
So did he say who he wants to see Danny with? I mean, that's the question. Who do you want to see Danny with next? Who do you want to see Thurman with next?
I said AB, 100%.
Yeah,
I do like the AB fight. I like that you guys brought that up. I think Danny coming off a loss, still having, he's got he's got that superstar effect on him. He can possibly still pull off another big fight, even coming off of this loss. With Broner, not really having a true division. I don't like the catchweight thing. I think Danny cannot go back down. I think because this is a big fight for Broner, possibly another $2 million purse fight for each man. I think that, this one does well in either stadium, whether, Danny has to go to Cincinnati or, Broner have to come to the Barclays, which is a place that they seem to be using now that Andre Berto and Sean Porter has officially been announced for April, that's happening there. I love that fight. Yeah. Very good suggestion, guys. Hopefully they listen to us. MD, you have something after you? I'll go back to the callers.
I still feel like even at this point, and it should definitely be in Brooklyn because you saw. I know people don't want to acknowledge it, but like you said, There's way more Danny Garcia fans there, especially the casual fans there, I'm sure, were Danny Garcia fans. But I think Danny Garcia still is the A side against Adrian Broner, even though Adrian Broner had this luster. I think Adrian Broner's luster has, I guess, gone down much more than Danny Garcia's from this one loss. So it should definitely be in Brooklyn, not Cincinnati.
Outside of that, I think that good guy, bad guy would be good guy Garcia, bad guy. Broner in this.
How could he play the good guy role, Ness? Why? Like how?
Well, the same way he did in his last fight, MD. Did you forget they're trying to paint him in a different light? And it's all about how he's working now and his family and no more going out and no more. Come on, you forgot that narrative? It was the whole buildup.
But who's the good guy? Adrian Broner. I thought Adrian Broner changed his life. He's the good guy, right?
All right, but that's what I'm saying. That now Danny being in the picture would possibly make him the good guy, and Broner could go back to his villain role for building up.
I think that's difficult. I think it's difficult for Danny Garcia to suddenly play the good guy afterward. Let's not forget, right? 1 second. Let's not forget. Keith Thurman comes out in the ring. Danny Garcia, right? And I'm watching this fight with casuals and women. And when they see that mask on, right? They see that purge mask. They expect somebody to come out like it's like fucking, it's distasteful. I don't mind that shit. I don't mind the viciousness, the mentality. But you take on that persona of the purge mask when you have blood coming down your mouth. Now you're gonna play the good guy? Is that what he's gonna do, Ness? He's suddenly gonna be the humble one to overcome the good guy? Come on, Ness. With Angel Garcia, you don't even have a big dick because you went from Philadelphia. I mean, this guy's gonna be the good guy? Come on, Ness. Stop it.
Listen, brother. Outside of a purge match,
you ain't ready tonight, Ness. You ain't ready. The neutral corner ain't ready tonight.
Have you watched the 4-part episode that they did, the All Access? One purge mask, MD, doesn't, paint the character of a person. I don't watch the narrative on those All Access.
I don't give a fuck about the narrative. The population sees what they see, and we're in this sport of boxing. But like, I don't need to bring up other fighters. But like, of course, they make guys seem like they're good people. And how often do you hear about? Oh, God, I'm gonna get shit for this, of course. But Wilder is this great guy with the family and the women and blah blah blah. Do you know Wilder has like a ridiculous domestic violence charge? I'm sorry, like they could paint the picture, but people see what some of how these guys really are. And when you have someone like Keith Thurman and you have someone like Danny Garcia, and you take on the role of a bad guy and you do certain things, it's hard for you to be the good guy, bad guy thing. That's all I'm saying. But you cannot.
Listen, MD.
That's what I'm saying.
We got to get you like one of those judges, Anvil. You said he's the bad guy. He's the fucking bad guy. Let me go ahead and take my crow. Well, wait a minute. What am I taking crow? These people in the chat didn't even pick a fighter on this. So, sorry, buddy. There's no crow from me there. And
crow.
You'll take some crow, Enrique?
I was DSG all night and prediction night.
Ness, do you not get crow or what? You didn't make a pick, so you don't get crow, right?
I mean, if you want me to take crow for not making a pick.
But I think I will take crow, and I think everybody should take crow for the Bellew-Hay fight because I did not fucking pick Tony Bellew to win that fight.
I definitely did not pick that. And that is our third topic. Let's just get into Erickson Lubin. I mean, MD, I'll pass you the ball. I know this is a guy you've been high on. You've covered a while. For a couple years now. I've obviously visited his camp numerous times. We've pegged him to be something. And yesterday's move, him looking like young Purnell there, the way he squatted down that just pops back up. Left hand, I mean, it's lights out for Kota. I was impressed because before this spectacular knockout, he kept to his fundamentals. He dug to the body. He had a good high guard. Did he get caught a few times? Yeah, but I think Kota was a live dog, to say the least. Plus, he was a big guy. It just looked big to me and strong. But I was impressed with Lubin. Obviously, this isn't the true test that we like to, have for our young prospects. But I'm excited to see what's ready. This makes him a mandatory, though, for Jamel Charlo. The brother left at 154 with the WBC title. What were your thoughts on last night's performance with the young Erickson Lubin?
Well, I will say two things. I would say that as much as I criticize PBC and Al Haymond's management, there's two guys that I've seen being promoted extremely proper by Al Heyman. Maybe there could be more, but two guys I definitely see being promoted extremely proper. And that's Erickson Lubin and that's Errol Spence. Guys who were not really big names before the inception of Al Heyman, PBC or whatever, and now. Because Erickson Lubin last night, and I've seen this from, he's only 21 years old. He obviously passes the eye test. He obviously shows extreme ring maturity. And the thing that is the X factor is not only is his style extremely fan-friendly and he's extremely talented, but I think that he part of him is he's exciting and he knows that he had an opportunity to put on a show because he was in there for the fire and Cotto was there to fight, but the way that knockout was on that undercard with, it wasn't the best numbers, but it still was 2-something million people. It was on the undercard of a pretty big fight. I think that Erickson Lubin is one of the guys that we could say is the future in a great, maybe the best division in boxing, which is the 154-pound division. And we're talking about Charlo. I don't think he's ready for Charlo yet, but I'll tell you somebody right now that I'd favor him against right now that makes sense is I'd favor him right now against Jarrett Hurd.
Yeah, that would be a title shot, and it would be in another sanctioning body. I'll tell you what, I spoke to Erickson throughout the week, and he's definitely entertaining a Jarrett Hurd. He would come to DC. He wouldn't mind fighting in the new MGM. But it doesn't matter if it's going to be right in the backyard of Jarrett Hurd. He understands what he has to do. But they are thinking about the WBC route. That is the route they're going, just like Errol Spence is already cemented in the IBF route. When these guys pay these sanctioning bodies, the fees, they get ranked, they move accordingly. It kind of makes it difficult to jump another way unless it's something guaranteed. And I asked them about the Jermell Charlo and was he ready? And he knows Julian, he knows John Jackson. We spoke about the comparison of people probably will have with him and Julian Williams, another red-hot prospect who we all thought passed the eye test and who he himself felt was ready for a title shot. And then Jamal, the brother of Jermell, the man in question, didn't allow him to pass that test. As Keith Thurman likes to say, the Keith Thurman test. Well, that day it was the Jamal Charlo test that Julian Williams couldn't pass, even though he looked good up until the stoppage. So, when speaking to Lubin, he just simply said, I am not those guys, and I will do what I need to do. Basically what most fighters say, but it's still exciting to see a young guy like that. It's like you saying, and I just want to mention, you said two guys that right, that you feel the PBC has promoted properly. I'm going to throw another name in there. This isn't a, debate or anything, just like another suggestion. Is Mario Barrios. I think Mario Barrios was an unheard of, and now he's really going to be making some noise. He's with Virgil Hunter. This is their third fight together, and they've moved him from 126 all the way to 140 in that time. He's had a couple of, here and there fights. One was a main event on Toe to Toe Tuesday, but in between that time with dealing with Hunter, I guess they realized that the boy is young and growing. He's 6'2". And probably 140 or 135 is going to be the best division for him. This weekend, he fought at the catch weight of 140, and he got a great win, stoppage. Also, Andres Fonfora got a stoppage as well of Dawson. Also on the undercard, TJ Velasquez, the young prospect who we will start to feature a little bit more as he continues to pass the eye test. He wasn't on the live television feed, but definitely if you stood in the building after the main event, you got to see the young Danny Swift promoted fighter put on a clinic versus a guy probably double his size, knocked him out cold, left him shivering in the ring, literally.
I missed out. I was instead to watch it.
Yeah, no, it was crazy. So we're going to keep, because this kid is strong, man. He's strong.
And Enrique, how'd you as a casual fan,
let me finish this up, because I think that this kid is strong, because we rarely see boxers link up with strength and conditioning coaches from the inception, right? From a pro, 0-0. We don't see that. Usually they build up a little bit of name, they make a little bit of money, they get just a little bit enough fame to get to be able to pay a strength and conditioning coach. But courtesy of being signed to Danny Garcia, working in that gym, training alongside him, he gets the services of Tony Davis, and this kid is just filling out. I mean, he just looks like 100% muscle, which we all understand. Muscle doesn't relate to skill or power. But again, you want your fighter to at least look the part and know that he's actually working to, get get the physique, and he's in the gym. I mean, every time I see him there, bro, he's always working. He's always working. They're always working, and I'm impressed with him. If you stuck around again, if you were live and you stuck around, you would see the way that he got the knockout. It wasn't just power. He set it up, jabs to the body. He digs to the body even when he's in close. I just like the kid. We'll see. Mario Barrios was someone that early on we were talking about, and look at him now, headlining, signed with Heyman, and also now trained by Virgil Hunter in getting that tutelage and that knowledge over there, being amongst all those champions and former champions. I mean, Amir Khan, Andre Berto, Peter Quillen, Andre Fonfora, Andre Berto, Andre Ward. I mean, fucking Daniel Jacobs, a lot of talent over there for a young guy to seek in, and sparring, bro. He sparred Mario Barrios sparred Amir Khan. We were talking about it. And, he still thinks the speed is real. He gave his thoughts on the Pacquiao thing. But look, I'm going long enough. Let me get out to these callers. I kept you mute so long. I kept you guys mute so long. I don't know which one of you guys have anything to say before.
I wanted to speak about Erickson Lubin.
Yeah,
I want to speak about Erickson Lubin. You just jumped in and out. I was impressed by it. I saw it. It was a highlight, that little dip. I didn't know Pernell Whitaker was the founder of it. But when I saw it, my response was like, yo, what did he just do? A squat? And boom, and a knockout. So the whole place lit up. The start off was a little boring, but the setup and the clues, I don't see it.
Boring?
No, yeah, the first round, second round. And then, he started becoming aggressive. I don't see the clues. You probably see the clues on television or in real life, but I didn't. I like Erickson Lubin. I am now an Erickson Lubin follower or fan, whatever you want to call it.
How much so, though? How much so?
How much so that I would take my time, and find his character, from behind the camera.
Yeah, and let me just say one thing.
Translation is he means he wants to put together a montage, kind of go do some work on him the way we did with Keith Thurman. That's something you guys are interested. Definitely Patreon family, let us know, because that's an investment trip all the way back down to Florida. He lives in some completely different part of Florida, a little closer to you though, right, MD?
Yeah, I think he actually trains in South Florida now. Maybe Orlando. Like I know he was training in Orlando.
I spoke to him this time when we were all in Florida, and he was when he sent me the address, he was about 2 hours and a half away from the Thurman area.
Yeah, that's probably Orlando. That could either be down south or central. But anyways, I just want to say one thing really quickly that you got to, Ness, I understand that you're into body, you're into shapes and body. You got to stop obsessing about muscle and body, because when I look at boxers' bodies, it's not about the bulk and it's not about the muscle. And I'm teasing this fight because I very rarely have seen a boxer with more of an aesthetic body, at least by your terms, as David Haye, right? David Haye looked like a bodybuilder when he was in the ring. And when you have that much muscle, right, you have less agility, flexibility. It's harder to move your arms. And I don't like seeing fighters bulky like that, because what we saw in David Haye, even before he got injured, was a guy who, when he threw his power shots, was lunging. There was no snap in his punches. His hands weren't quick like they used to be. He was just winging. And I think when guys are too bulky, often they end up looking like that. So it's not about just a guy looking passes the Nestor Gibbs eye test. They have to have the body, and they have to make their body work in their best way. So.
Well, you see, this is the I guess this is where whatever I say doesn't translate to you, right? I'm going to take you back to a moment in the Keith Thurman fight in that first round where he landed that right hand and spun Danny around, and the commentator, said that's his conditioning that kept him up. That's what I speak of when the work in the gym translate into the physique. Now, I'll give you another example, right? Same guy in question, Keith Thurman. A lot of people say, oh, he's soft in the body. He's vulnerable. I spoke to Luis Collazo yesterday, and I said, yo, you hurt him to the body. Why didn't Danny hurt him to the body? but some think that he did. There was a point where he folded completely when hit with a counter shot left.
You talking about the low blow, or
I don't know if it was a low blow. I don't remember the one that I'm speaking of being questioned as a low blow, but they did mention that Danny was going low. They brought up his history of throwing low punches. So good point in bringing it up. There were a few low punches thrown. I remember a hip shot definitely where Danny kind of ducked in, took one step, then lunged in with the right. Definitely hit him all in that Ben Getty sign for sure. But the point is, a lot of people feel Thurman is vulnerable to the body, and it can come from his lack of strength and conditioning. You yourself, Mr. Doctor, have questioned now twice coming into his camp late and finding him still focused on weight cutting.
only one time, right? And I'm not going to give
no pun intended.
I'm not going to give no pun. I'm not going to give exactly what happened because that's not fair to them because there was not.
No. I'm not talking about that.
But this is my question was.
You've come twice now, and we've had conversations twice now in his camp. Like, oh wow, he's still cutting weight.
That's how. Just there's multiple ways you cut weight. There's ways that, and I think Keith Thurman does balloon up a little more than he should. I've seen him sometimes look a little bigger, but you cannot say that the weight cutting affected his output because people who call him a runner, how could you question his output? It takes.
Again, if you ever let me finish, sometimes you'll know. Are you going to tell me that Danny didn't come on in this later half of the fight?
No, I just think Keith Thurman took off. Look at the numbers.
The judges and a lot of people, and we can even make that one of the questions if you want, which we need to get out to the callers. I've been saying that.
A round or two he won. Cool. In the later rounds.
Okay. Well, those can be the rounds where we question Keith Thurman's stamina. That let's not act like that isn't a black cloud out there.
Did you watch it on TV?
Yes, I did.
Did you not hear the trainer's advice?
Ooh, Ben Getty. Excuse me. Ooh, I always call Dan Ben. Yes, I did hear Dan saying, "Be smart. You've already proved you're a better fighter."
Did he not follow that directions 100%? Which is why in the post fight, his trainer gave him an A+.
I believe.
Yep.
That is one angle. That is one way of viewing it. But there is also a contingent of people that believe he has stamina issues and he can't take shots to the body. I mean, understand what I'm saying.
They also believe Danny Garcia could overcome anything. It's his destiny. All I'm saying is that I really, if you really think that Danny Garcia won that fight, you need to give me rounds.
You have to understand that you and I are on two different sides, right? And not that I agree with the side that I'm on. We have to present both sides. But at one point, we have to both stop to allow the other callers to come in.
Both sides of what? Both sides of what?
Of the argument.
Sometimes the other side, whatever. Well, I'm not going to get into that, but let the callers decide. And if you really, what I'm saying, this is not to you, Ness, because you didn't make a pick and you didn't really describe how the fight was yourself. If you really think Danny Garcia won the fight, you really need to give me rounds. You need to give me rounds because I just want to know.
Okay. Well, we have a lot of people. Okay. So let them give you the rounds. All right. Let's let them get that off. And then we will rebuttal, but we need to keep it moving. So any callers that are on, let's not ramble. There are dozens and dozens of you.
These calls are brought to you by El Camino Electrical Services, experts in electric vehicle charging stations. For consultations and turnkey installation, visit us at elcaminoelectricalservices.com.
Let's go out to Christian in Brooklyn. I'm sure you were live at the Barclays Center, Christian, or were you? How'd you see this fight? Talk to us.
What's up, Ness? First of all, I just want to quickly say that TBV Appreciation Night was incredible. I had a great time. The place was packed, and I can't wait for the next one, guys. It was great.
Thank you, brother. Pleasure having you, man. I'm glad you were able to come out and partake with us in the festivities and the appreciation of all our listeners and where we've come, bro. Truly great meeting you, and thanks for being on the show as well, man. So how'd you see this fight, man?
I had the fight 8 rounds to 4 for Thurman. For me, it was relatively easy to score the fight. I thought Thurman won. I thought the biggest problem for Danny Garcia was his lateral movement. He had that problem all night long, and I thought he just didn't have an answer for that. But I thought it was an easy fight to score personally.
What about the undercard? Any thoughts on the young Erickson Lubin?
Oh, Lubin looked great, man. I can't wait to see more of him. I think it might be too soon for him to face Charlo, but it seems like that's the route that they're gonna go. But I can't wait to see him. He looks good. He definitely passes the eye test, and I can't wait to see more of him. Definitely.
What about?
I have to eat some crow for the Hay fight.
I was gonna say, what about the upset of the year? David Hay, Tony Bellew.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to eat some hay for that one. The crow definitely for that fight.
Well, all right, Christian. Thanks for calling in, brother. Thank you again for being at the Appreciation Night. I will be emailing you the photos once the photographer gets us all the professional photos. Xavier Porter and Big Eo shot our photographers for the night. What's up, doctor?
Since we don't have a producer right now, I just want to leave you guys with a fact. This is a fact. There is 3 rounds that Danny Garcia outlanded Keith Thurman. I'm just letting you guys know. 3 rounds.
Well, you don't have to outland to win. Remember, if one guy...
Yeah. For sure. And Danny Garcia did not hit harder in that fight either. I just, like the caller said, it was an easy fight to score. So sometimes there's not 2 sides of the story. Keith Thurman was a clear winner. I want rounds if you guys think that he won.
Let's give MD those rounds. But MD, you also have to accept that there were people that seen it the other way. I mean, we were live at the fight. There's an immediate reaction video of the Barclays Center. And yes, it's easy for us to say, well, those could have been Danny Garcia fans, or that is a Danny Garcia area. Thurman is from Florida. Understandable. But there is still that narrative. As
much as I bitch about the Ward Kovalev fight, that fight was much closer than this fight.
All right. Alden, all the way in Phoenix, Arizona. Talk to us, Alden. What's going on, brother? How'd you see this fight?
Listen, Ness, I picked DSG, but that 6 toe didn't come through last night, man. Listen, I'm going to tell you like this. I'm all for but I'm all for what MD was saying. MD was right, man. I call it spade to spade. I picked DSG, but Thurman won that fight easily 8-4. Listen to me, anybody that thought Garcia won that fight is the same type of dude that got a fat chick but says she's curvy. All right? That's exactly are you going to say, how come there's a narrative out there? Well, that's like saying, well, there's a rumor out there. So somebody believes in the rumor and it must be true. No, it's not like that. He lost that fight easily. The thing is, Ness, we live in a fanboy high school era, and the reason why people pick Danny Garcia more is because he comes off, he's more cool, and Thurman comes off more corny. So people are going to jump. Like, think about it. People that like Garcia typically like Broner typically like Easter, typically like Spence. It's a chain effect. But they don't like Keith Thurman because they think he's corny. But Thurman won that fight, Ness. I mean, it was 8-4. Easy. And you said in the last point I made, you said something, and I understand you got to bring both sides of the argument. But you said something, you said, well, he hit Thurman in the shot in the arm, and that arm, and it hurt. Listen, man, when Keith Thurman hit Danny Garcia with that shot, that's when Danny Garcia stopped. The dude who's not throwing punches, the dude who's not coming forward, there's a reason for that. There's a reason. It's because he's getting hit. And anybody with common sense can just look at the corner, look at the reaction after the fight. Did Danny Garcia feel he won? Look, did he raise his hand?
Hell yeah, he raised his hand. Hell yeah, yo.
Yeah, after Daddy told him to raise his hand. Daddy told him this.
Listen. No, that's not true. I can screen share right now. I have the official PBC one.
When it ended, Ness, when it ended, like it was ring end. Who lifted his arm? It was happy right away. It was Thurman with his hand up.
Oh, you're talking about as soon as the bell. You're talking about as soon as the bell rung.
Yeah, and then Daddy told him to lift his arm because they had to start playing the PR stunt role. Ness, what do you? How much of the sport do you watch? It's so obvious. All of this is obvious.
Obvious to you because you think everything is one big theory.
It's a theory, caller. Am I being crazy or am I being conspiracy theory here?
No. Listen. Let me go back with a little history with Ness. When Canelo fought Lara, I picked Lara. I thought Lara won, and I think if I remember right, Ness said Lara won. Then when it was Peterson versus Garcia, I thought Peterson won, and I think Ness insinuated Peterson won. So and then both guys that lost acted the same exact way. Ray Garcia didn't raise his hand with Peterson, and Canelo didn't raise his hand when he fought Lara. And the same behavior happened because when you lose a fight, you know you lost it.
Listen, all I'm saying is if you go to our Instagram, you'll see the video of when they're actually reading the scorecards and the announcer announces who actually won the fight. They introduce him as the new WBA, right? So Danny thought he was the new WBA and WBC because he, instead of saying the new WBC and WBA, which would have meant Thurman. So he had his hand up, big ass smile, and then boom, they said, Thurman, check his face, bro. He even had to like physically exhale where you seen his cheeks go in and out, like, like the way you would grab a brown paper bag when you're about to fucking faint. You know what I mean? So no, there was true emotion there. He truly thought he won the fight, and it was a bit heartbreaking. Again, go to the Instagram and watch the emotion on his face yourself.
But how is it heartbreaking? He lost the fight in the ring, and just because he was duped psychologically.
Emotion, Mr. Negative. Jesus Christ.
So he would have won a gifted decision.
Oh, Jesus.
You're ridiculousness.
This guy is so negative. I mean,
not negative. You're not giving Keith Thurman any fucking shine, Ness.
I said
Keith Thurman showed his class in the ring.
8-4-9-3. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just trying to paint it as if I made Danny. I don't got Danny winning. I keep going back and forth saying other people were there saying that. Casual is saying that. I recorded people saying that. You want me to be the guy that picked Danny when I never picked him. You can stop it.
You didn't pick anybody because you thought because deep inside you knew.
I didn't pick anybody because I don't want to lose another relationship like the Ken Porter one. When everyone was interviewing Ken Porter for his new fight with fucking Andre Berto, what you thought I was doing? What you thought I was doing today on the Barclays Center? Fucking MD pushing me to make a pick. Tell me, what was I doing? Looking like a stupid ass in the corner while everyone else is fucking talking to him. So no, I'm not going to make another fucking pick. But don't come on here trying to make it seem like I fucking picked him or I'm making him look like he won. There is a narrative out there. There are other people. Let them call in. Stop pinning it on me. I thought Thurman did great.
But there's a narrative that Manny Pacquiao beat Floyd Mayweather. And as educated boxing fans, we laughed that off. Come on, Ness. This is the thing I'm saying. We're a fucking hardcore boxing show. So there are casuals call in.
Are we not an open platform?
100% we are. 100%
why are we not allowing this open platform? Why do you want me to shun anyone that feels opposite of your fucking opinion?
I don't know. You're right. I guess I should be more open-minded to people who just started watching boxing yesterday.
Exactly, because we do have casuals. How the fuck do you think?
So we could educate them instead of giving them missed backs. That's
Thurman had 8,000 people versus Sean Porter. There was double that. So
cool. Yes, nobody's arguing A side, B side. We get it.
No, I'm not saying A side, B side. I'm saying casual fans that don't know he wasn't a welterweight. They just know he beat Judah. That's all. That's all I'm saying, bro. There's more than just you and I, the hardcore fan, is all I'm saying.
I told y'all a long time ago that Kirkland will go down 3 rounds.
Right hand. Down goes Kirkland. Strap me up. Next, I got milk, baby.
Milkman, talk to me, baby.
Yo, man, can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, man. So check it out. I originally said that I thought Keith was going to win 8-4, but I was pleasantly surprised at Danny's performance. I actually scored at 115 and 114. I scored round 7 or 10-10 round. Did anybody score any of the rounds even? I'm just curious.
I typically don't do even rounds. I know some people do and don't. I just really never do even rounds. I know that's weird, but I think some guy somehow edges it one way or the other. So,
I mean, man, at the end of round 7, You know, I didn't know. I didn't have an idea of who won. So, I scored a 10-10. I thought that Danny was doing a really good job at landing solid body shots throughout the fight. And Keith was missing, a lot. Danny's defense was actually a lot better than I expected. But at the end of the day, I gave it to Keith, just based on how I scored it. Man, it was a great fight. I wouldn't be upset if it was a draw or somebody said Garcia won by a round. It's very subjective, man. It kind of all depends on what you like to see in a fight. Danny threw less, but his connect percentage was higher. His power punches connect percentage was higher. Keith's overall output was higher. So I don't know. It's intriguing, but I think Danny is still a solid guy. I would put him definitely in the top 3 or 5 at welterweight, just based on how he performed against Keith. I think he still gives anybody trouble at 147. So I think he should stay at 147 and keep doing his thing. And as far as David Haye goes, I didn't get a chance to see that fight, but from what I'm hearing is that he tore his Achilles in round 6. And up until then, he was pretty much owning Bellew. Is that the case?
He was winning, but I would not say it's owning in the way that I expected it. I thought David Haye looked very stiff and was missing a lot of punches. He did connect a little bit, but Bellew's chin held up even before David Haye got injured. So David Haye did not look like the old David Haye even before he got injured, in my opinion.
Let me ask you this: if he hadn't have gotten injured, do you think he would have won?
Yes, but it wouldn't have been as easy as I thought it was because, I thought David Haye would knock him out in like 2 or 3 rounds.
Magic Man, it's Sam Eggington.
I saw that too.
The Magic Man.
Yeah, I just think Paulie should have never fought at 147. His power does not equate to that level because he was outboxing Eggington. He just is not able to make 147 pounds. But I will give Paulie a lot of credit for hopping on the mic and doing a good job for the David Haye fight after, because after losing a fight via knockout, it takes balls to go and go on camera and not mess up. And he's still, even with him right after the fight, he still maybe is the best boxer as an analyst. So it's shout out to Paulie in his second half of his career.
All right, let's go out to a good friend of mine's here from SiriusXM, from Ak and Barack, the sweet scientist. What's going on, Ak? How'd you see that fight last night, my friend?
What's up? What's up? Hey, listen. First off, what's your buddy's name there that's on the line that's been arguing with you?
Mr. Negative? That's the good doctor, BoxingMD.
All right, BoxingMD. Yeah. You guys gotta not have callers on if you're gonna talk. I mean, it's cool to listen to you guys go back and forth. Have people waiting like that. But listen, in any case, this I have to say to a lot of, because I went through this whole thing on social media. I went live just to kind of address the people, giving them my opinion. First off, please stop. We're not judging the reactions of the trainers. We're not judging the commentary, the guys calling a fight, or Steve Farhood and nothing like that. Stop it. Turn the sound off. Watch the fucking fight, right? So Thurman looked busy. He was pawing and bouncing around like a grasshopper. So he looked antsy and busy, right? Doesn't mean that it's effective. Doesn't mean that he's winning. He's just moving more, right? Danny showed great defense in that fight. I've never seen him slip so many punches and catch so many punches. Don't talk about landing, what shots landed, who landed more. I don't know about you guys, but I mean, I've been watching boxing since I was about 5. I've been involved in the sport, so I'm far from a casual. ConcuBox is not accurate. A lot of the punches that land sometimes on gloves, on elbows, punches that you miss pretty much are counted as landed shots often, too often, might I add. And I feel like Danny was just more, we all know he was aggressive, and Keith landed some right hands. Yes, he landed about maybe a good 6 to 10 solid, clear right hand shots throughout the entire fight. But if you judge the fight by rounds, I watched it for the third time about a couple of hours ago. Just trying to see what your buddy right there sees and fans that saw Keith winning easily. So for people to say that it was an easy fight to score, you know, I can't get upset and throw shots at them because then that's a bit hypocritical because I have to respect other people's opinion, you know. So you guys have to do the same. The people that pick Thurman winning, but to say he was scored, you know, it's easy to score is fucking insane. But me, I had Danny win the fight.
Well, let me just ask you a question. You said he's more aggressive. Tell me your definition of aggressive, because moving forward and not throwing punches is not aggressive.
First of all, I mean, Keith, and he did, yes, he did throw Keith like twice with real body shots, not low blows at all. Yeah, aggression is, I mean, moving forward, right? And Keith didn't really want to engage. He'll throw a shot and move and run. And I'm not saying that Danny was aggressive in every single round of the fight. He obviously lost rounds. He lost 5 rounds. And Danny won 7, in my opinion. So, I mean, you don't have to quote me on that, like every single round Danny was the aggressor. But what I'm saying is, you know, the momentum of the fight obviously changed. And Danny was obviously stalking him. But this is what people are not realizing. So many left hooks that Keith was throwing, Danny was catching with his right hand, blocking them, and countering with his short kind of uppercut left hook looking things. He'll throw a right and a left one that was landing often. And he landed more jabs than, you know, the commentary were really describing. I think that people, I don't know if you guys were at the arena, and the arena was kind of tough for me to score. I still picked Danny, but after watching it 2 more times, trying to find the reason why people said Keith won clearly, and I'm not being biased. Yeah, I know, you know, I've spoken to both guys. I might have spent more time with Danny, but I'm a professional, and I really try hard to be, you know, not to be biased at all in these situations. And I can't see what you saw. That's all.
I'm just wondering, like, is Steve Farhood not professional? I'm just like why are you so dismissive of someone like him? And I score my own fights, right? But like, I understand you've been in the sport since age 5 years old. But to say, if I say, well, I think it's easy to score, I had a 9-3, you're literally dismissing my same point by going, oh, that's fucking ridiculous. Just because you come off with, you're saying it a little different way. So that's just.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm still a human being, and I'm going to have those type of reactions. But when I sit and think, you're right. I have to respect your opinion, and because I'm not saying, for one, I'm not saying it was easy to score for Danny. I picked them winning, but I didn't say the rounds were easy to score. And on the other hand, you guys are saying it was easy to score. So it's a different type of narrative. I
just want to jump in here. I was with your friend Mark from Boxing Memes, right? Is it Boxing_Memes on Instagram?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I was with Mark. You know, we were watching a fight together while you were watching it from wherever you were at, and he was telling all of us your Texas. I just want to say, MD. This guy had Danny up the first 4. I mean, I had Danny 2-2 after 4.
No. I had Danny.
You had Danny up 3-1 after 4.
Round.
You had him 3-1 after 4.
Only because of that. I mean, right. Watch it again.
Which round did he do the Dougie in? Was it the first or second round?
No, the first round is when he got hurt with the right hand. So I obviously gave that round to Keith. But after watching the fight twice at home, I scored it a little differently, but I still had Danny winning 7 rounds. So, you know, in the moment at the arena, it was a little different. But, you know, after I settled down and watched it, turned the sound off twice. And then actually, the first time I watched it with the sound and the second time with the sound off, I was big and deep, man. But I still had Danny. But, you know, people look for different things. So I had a lot of people on Instagram. You know, so actually a few people really picked Danny, believe it or not. You know, so those people, one of the judges, who's a professional judge in a championship bout, agreed with me. So I mean,
whoa. Sorry to say that, But we all know, and you since you've been in the sport since age 5, you totally definitely have seen this fight. We all know about the CJ Ross dilemma, right? What is CJ Ross? Who's CJ Ross? Or she's a woman, so who?
Yeah. Listen,
and you know what that's from, right? What fight is that?
Listen. Regardless of that, me scoring. Forget about me using the fact that the judge picked Danny winning the fight. I actually really watched the fight and scored it fairly, in my opinion, and I just had him winning. And I feel like I'm sad that there's not a rematch clause in the contract.
There is a rematch clause.
All credit due to Keith. Keith photographed.
I spoke to
So why did Danny not give a rematch to Herrera then?
Wait a minute.
I'm sad for Herrera.
Someone in the camp of Danny that said there is a rematch clause.
Yeah, well, I spoke to Marcus Watson, who's a friend of mine, and he said there's no rematch. I even asked Angel, and they said there was no rematch clause in the contract. So I don't think it's gonna happen. As far as Herrera, I mean,
we're asking now. Forget about Herrera, bro. That's Mr. Negative. We're asking
negative.
What do they want to see Danny Garcia do immediately next, and Keith Thurman do immediately next? Let me get your thoughts on that really quick, because I got to get to a bunch. I got a shitload, brother. I got to get to some calls.
Yeah. I want to hear about Lubin, his opinion about Lubin after.
Obviously, and Lubin impressed me, by the way. But Thurman, obviously, the win out of Spencer and Brook would make sense. I think that I think they should go towards that way instead of having Keith fight the win out of Berto and Porter. I think maybe I know Danny's coming off a loss, but I still think him fighting the winner out of Berto and Porter would make sense, and it's a fight that people want to watch.
Yeah, but that would be putting another roadblock in front of Berto or Porter to get to the WBC champ. But I get you. So what you want to see Thurman do next?
Yeah. Thurman fight the winner out of Spence and Brook.
I like that as well. Listen, from Ak and Barack, the sweet scientist on This Is 50 and on Sirius XM. Ak, it's always a pleasure. Thank you for calling in and gracing our airways, brother.
Always a pleasure, man.
We missed you at the party, but at least we had Barack there to represent these sweet scientists.
Yes, and it looked like it was a success. So congrats on all of that. And listening to you, Nestor, you sound excellent, man. Great, man. I love your journey and your the way you're evolving as a journalist and as an on-air talent. So I'm proud of you, bro.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna get to some other people.
And don't take my. This is the boxing Thunderdome. This is the voice of the people. So don't take anything I said personal.
No, for sure. That has to be known. Even though MD is Mr. Negative, this is a ring.
Mr. Negative.
Why you get 3 minutes to spar, fight, duel it out. You know, gladiator style. Hey, Casual. We're gonna.
The only thing I'm negative about is my HIV test.
You know, you're sad about what? What are you sad about?
I said the only thing negative I have is my HIV test, okay?
Oh, okay. Damn, you got to let me know when you're going to do those whack-ass jokes so I can hit you with them. All right, so let me just explain to all my Patreon family that boomerangs do not cut the line. They come back. That is your reward. We get to you, then you're able to say, hey, I want to come back because that was a kick-ass conversation. I want to jump back in. Ringers, they cut the line, but Ness is nice to boomerangs and he lets you cut the line. So do not fret. I know that we need to get to you, but before we do that, we got to get to Stainless from Nashville, who also attended the TBV Appreciation Night. Hashtag TBV Appreciation Night. If you want to see pictures, we already got a few videos and pictures out. Professional pictures will be sent to all our attendees. Stainless, pleasure meeting you, brother. I hope that you made it back to Nashville, you know, safe and sound, obviously, or are in travels and do get there well. I mean, you're like a brother. You already know, man. Talk to me. You also won an award this year, you know, so this guy is, he's one of the good guys is all I can say.
Yo, what up, Neff? I'm actually still here in Manhattan looking out at the Trade Center monument. Rocking my TBV shirt all through Manhattan right now. You know what I'm saying? I've been in Times Square. All the stuff that I didn't do, the regular tourist stuff that people do in New York. I waited until today to do. You know what I'm saying? I got here Friday. It was TVV. You know what I'm saying? And that was a blast. Mario, first off, it's nice to meet you. This is the first time I think I've actually been with you on the panel. What up to Casual, my man? MD, good to hear from you again. To everybody who in travels right now, Matt, Info, Joe, Jay from Orlando, Jay from Texas by way of Chicago. Man, all y'all have safe journeys back, man. Castle Hill Gill, it was good to meet you. You know what I'm saying? Boogie Down Sean, man. When I got here, man, it felt like a high school reunion. By the time I left, by the time it was all over, man, it felt like a family reunion. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations too to all the winners. Marcus from DC. I mean, to Alex from Australia. You know what I'm saying? Pulling the cone for you. You know what I'm saying? I had a great time at the fight too. I liked anybody who was, it was a lot of key seconds and key thirds around me who were judging us, who were scoring the fight as well. And we all had it, 7-5 or 8-4 Keith Thurman. At the end of the 10th round, Garcia caught Thurman with a shot that hit him in the sternum maybe. And I think that hurt Thurman. You know what I mean? And he, you can say he ran. My man, it's boxing. I told people once Thurman felt Garcia power, if he didn't have enough to take Garcia out of there, then he was going to box on his back foot. I don't know why people keep calling it running, you know what I'm saying, because you're not letting somebody hit you. I think a lot of people were expecting that slugfest, and when they didn't get it, they started in with those immediate boos, which really didn't make sense because, I saw sweet boxing science, and I enjoyed every fight that I saw. You know what I mean? I got to watch the Bellew fight with Bruce from Pittsburgh, Matt, Info, Joe, and Alex from Australia, man. And it was, I have to say that Hay was winning that fight until he pulled his Achilles, man. And to watch those two still duke it out for for 5 more rounds, man. Like they were some true warriors for that. But I hear my clapper also, Jose from Canada, you know what I'm saying? And Rebecca, good to meet you. Fern Gully, and your gal, good to meet you. I heard my clapper, so you know what I'm saying, as I say to end every session, man, please make sure that you like and share this in every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. Peace.
Stainless, man, once again, truly a pleasure meeting you. Thank you for coming all the way to New York City to watch this fight with us. Be at the appreciation night. We even all chilled at Yayo's last night till late night. Shout out to Gil, the ambassador of TBV. We have come up with the name. We got to get him the intro when he finally calls in. He's a ringer. And speaking of ringers, we're going to go to Unfadable. What did you think of this fight, my friend?
What's up, Boxing Voice? Long time no see. Yeah, I had a call in for the big fight last night. I hosted a big fight party last night. Had hardcores, casuals, men, women, and kids. Overall, the opinion of the fight last night, to me, honestly, and the crowd, I thought it was a letdown, man. But I scored it last night for Thurman, 8-5. This morning, I rewatched it solo and scored it with a pen and paper. I also had it again, 8-4 Thurman. I gave Thurman rounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. I gave Danny's rounds 5, 6, 11, and 12. I thought Thurman was he was more active. He landed the cleaner punches and he controlled the ring, like a ring generalship. Even though Keith won last night and he's the unified champ, he got 2 titles now. I don't really think his stock or his brand really rose that high last night. People aren't waking up this morning going, hey, man, we can't wait to see this guy fight again, Honestly, I thought both guys fought safe, and I really hate it at the end of fights when I hear fighters say, I thought I did just enough to win. When you're fighting for the title, you got to lay it on the line, man.
Why do you hate that? Because that's honesty. Well, would you rather him say, I whooped his fucking ass, I won every round of that fight? We hear that all the time, and it's disingenuous. So, this is the problem I have, because I agree with what you're saying. I agree that Keith Thurman's stock didn't go up that high because people like the Aka Armin, who have some pull and serious, are pushing the narrative that DSG won that fight and got robbed. So it's unfortunate. This is why I'm adamant
He didn't win, man. He didn't win. But I thought they both fought too safe, man. And honestly, even this morning, you read all the papers, ESPN, Ring TV, Sports Illustrated, everyone said the fight didn't hit the hype, And to me, Thurman, I think he's a great athlete, but I still don't know if he's a great boxer. I still haven't seen that special talent. Like when you look at him, you go, yeah, that guy, he's once in a generation. As for what's next for him, I don't think he's going to fight another champion right away because they never do. They always have like a voluntary, like you guys said earlier. And if he could get a voluntary who's not a champion, I wouldn't mind seeing him fight Tim Bradley. I think Tim could really touch Thurman. Tim, he can box, he can jab, he has good work rate and cardio. As for Danny, last night, it showed that he still needs some improvement. Even though he is a former 2-division champion, his work rate last night was horrible. He only averaged about 40 punches a round, man. That's way too low for a championship caliber fight. Danny, he's a guy who needs his feet to be planted to really land a heavy shot. And when he had to chase Thurman in the later rounds, his punches had nothing behind them because he was always on his toes. He can't really punch really strong while moving. And he couldn't cut off the ring against Keith. Lastly, I think, honestly, I don't know if he can make the weight anymore, but to me, I still think the best weight division for Danny is 140, man. Because I think all six.
Unfadable. Great call.
I think Danny Garcia's best weight class was 140 because 140 is not as deep, and also he had a size advantage. Let's not forget that.
Yo, that was a good ass call. Let me tell you, he made some great points. What I will dispute with you though is that he felt Keith Thurman didn't show anything special, or he just made it seem like he stock didn't raise. And I'm not gonna downplay what Keith did. The
first statement you made was he didn't say that, Ness. The special part. I think his stock didn't rise in the eyes of the public, which I kind of agree with. Unfortunately, I agree with the caller on that one.
No, I think you guys are wrong on that. I think a lot of people know Danny Garcia. I think that's why it was double the attendance of the Porter fight. I think Keith did show skill. People call it running. That's his advantage, is his legs. And that was my worry in the buildup to this fight. Is Danny going to cut the ring off, or are we going to have another fight like Lamont Peterson? And I thought to myself, well, they have that Peterson tape. They see what they did wrong, and they would work on it. But Unfadable, again, the reason I said that his call was good is because he spoke about Danny Garcia's foot placement and how he has to have his feet set to throw punches, and he's absolutely right. But let's not forget, like, there wasn't that moment where Danny staggered, Keith, because his timing. He jabbed or hooked. I think it was a left hook right on time. I think it was in the second round where Keith lost his foot placement. Again, I think that Danny did good in terms of filling out as a welterweight, but I still seen Keith separating himself. I don't understand how people didn't, and how, you guys are saying his stock didn't raise. He beat Garcia, I guess not decisively since we're having this show, right? But in the eyes of many, decisively, I think. If you leave it to MD, right, in the eyes of the sane, definitely.
And we're also giving Keith Thurman no credit for essentially going overseas or going into enemy's territory and winning his belt, where he was the B-side, where he didn't have the entourage, where he had a small group of family and trainers there, and he won the belt. You know what I mean? So I think that also goes underrated, because they were booing in there. The fans were booing in there, and they were booing in there because Danny Garcia wasn't landing punches. To be honest, that was before Keith Thurman was quote unquote running, and you remember that. It was, and you were there, Enrique. It was like round 6 or 7 because they expected their guy to come out and win. So I don't know.
Let's get out to Fern Gully in LA, who has made it home safe. So thank the big man that Fern got there. Fern, thank you for coming to New York City, partying with TBV, coming to the appreciation night, just, getting to meet you and Leslie and seeing you guys again and hanging out again, especially here on the East Coast, was amazing. Talk to me, bro. You were live in the building, Barclays Center. Talk about the electricity, because I'm hearing, the people are calling and saying that the writers say this didn't live up, and MD's telling me that it's 2.7 million only watched it. It felt like the Super Bowl of boxing for me. How about for you, Fern?
But we'll get on that in just a minute. We'll get on the family part. But as far as this fight, I don't know. I mean, I saw a clear victory for Thurman. My card was rounds 1 through 3 for Thurman, 4 through 7 for Garcia, with round 5 being questionable, and round 8 through 11 for Thurman, round 12 for Garcia. My girlfriend had a similar card. She gave round 5 to Thurman hands down. We had a little back and forth there with her, but it was all in the spirit of what was going on in the Barclays Center. It was that electricity right there.
So what do you want to see Danny Garcia do next? Immediately.
I'm really not too sure. I would have to say with I think someone, I don't know who it was, but I'd say Berto versus Porter. I mean, the winner of that can face Garcia, while Thurman, I like that Pacquiao idea that MD had, which I'm surprised because I'm agreeing with most of what MD is saying today. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I would like him to see him get at least Pacquiao on his resume, even if it's washed up. But like Mario said, I believe earlier, it's like the passing of the torch. So I'd like to see that for Thurman.
Short and sweet.
I don't even think, to be honest, I don't even think that Manny Pacquiao's that washed. Is that fair to say? He's not as explosive as he was, but he's still a good fighter.
Oh no, for sure, definitely. I mean, but he's lost a step. We can see it. We can see that he's lost a step, or doesn't go into sixth gear anymore.
I think he's smarter though.
I mean, he might be saving it. Yeah, he doesn't want to have any more Pacquiao. That's for sure. Always has Marquez in mind.
For sure.
But as far as the party, if you don't mind me just reading off this list of people I connected with, and we exchanged numbers, and there's a few numbers, 3-4 numbers that I don't have. I hope they text back. But Castle Hill Gill, Shandu, Christian and his girlfriend, Monster Peace, and McGomez, Mike from Queens, JD, and Robin, T from Toronto. That was random. That was cool meeting him. All Around Strong, Stainless, Pat. We got Canadian Jose, Becky, Coach Mitty, Amin, and of course Matt, Info, and Santiago, and Mama Diago. Thank you so much for the breakfast that next morning for that hangover. It was so good. I very much appreciate it. And Carmen, of course. Carmen, which first shout out above all to all the TBV ladies that supported their men and let us have that good time. And you guys were having a great time. I recall a few shots being taken. So I mean, Patreon, you guys get to see that. Great video, great footage. It was awesome. My first time in NYC, and it felt like I had never left LA, man, to be honest with you. That's all I could really say. It was a hell of an experience. It was a great fight, great party. Just imagine the next one. I know it doesn't exist yet, but I already RSVP'd somehow in full.
Fern, man, it was a fucking pleasure meeting. But I don't know why I keep saying meeting like we didn't hang out in fucking Vegas, but I just feel like this time it was badass. It was an extended weekend, you know what I mean? And it felt great, bro. It was cool to see you and Leslie. It was great to present you with your award for you and Leslie B, obviously, 2017, couple of the year for sure. Listen, man, we're going to get to some other callers, but Fern, again, man, good seeing you. Glad you got back safe. Is Leslie there? Is she going to say some words or what?
Yeah, she does actually. And you know what? I do want to give full credit for that award to my lady and hopefully future wife. But yeah, let me get the phone over to her. 1 second.
Hello.
What up, Leslie B?
Hello. Hey, I lost my voice.
I bet all that partying in New York City.
Fuck. But you know what? It's worth it. It's fucking worth it. I lost my voice and I'm still like, oh my God, I want to go back. It was amazing. It was a great experience. So thank you guys for that.
No problem. No problem. So talk to me about the fight.
Sorry. I gave round 5 to Thurman, so I did 8 for Thurman and 4 for for what's his name, Garcia. I think I went for Thurman. 1, my dream is to braid his hair, and 2, he's a great athlete. I think he was very well prepared around for this fight. His cardio was great. Physique, everything, he was on point. As for Garcia, I think he's very robotic, and I don't know, it takes him a while to warm up and actually give us some action. Doing well after round 4.
Damn,
so
Leslie.
The first 3 rounds to so I gave the first 3 rounds to Thurman. And then for round 5, I didn't know, so I even asked for Info Joe's opinion, and I was like, what do you think? So shout out to Info. It was great. We were with Amin at the fight, and Kareem, and Info, myself, Fernando, and then we met some other people from Virginia. So it was a great time.
Hey, Leslie, not including like obviously the people at the TBV, because there was people for Keith there, but out of I guess the other people, the fans in the Barclays, what percentage would you say were for Danny Garcia? I'm not picking the winner, but just went in there supporting Danny Garcia.
I would say 80%. About 80% of the people were Garcia fans. Definitely. Because it's mainly Garcia fans all the way. They were talking shit to us because we were Keith Thurman fans. And all I said was 1 time. Yep, it was about 80%, and it was great. It was when Danny came out. It was just like it was crazy. The crowd was roaring, and we broke a fucking record, like 21st event there, and it was like it broke records. So that was great. I was like, what? So that's awesome. Like we got to experience that, and we got to be part of that.
And Leslie, from a and as a fan who was there, well, somebody in the chat said this. Do you think the booing was from Keith Thurman not engaging, or was it from just Danny Garcia not throwing punches?
I think I don't know. I would say.
Yeah, it's a tough question. It's probably both, right?
It's a tough question.
Well, Leslie, I want to thank you.
Yeah,
obviously,
so it was kind of stale, but yeah.
Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah.
No, go ahead. Are you there?
It was hello. Yeah, sorry. It was a still meet.
Yeah, you're saying it was a stalemate. Neither guy was really engaging. No, I understand. That's what.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. The only reason I'm saying that is because you say 80% of the fans were Danny Garcia fans. So obviously Danny Garcia fans were the ones booing.
Well, Leslie, I want to thank you, obviously yourself and Fern, for coming to New York and partying with us and watching the fight with us and hanging out with me and the rest of the TBV family, my girl and everyone. Cannot wait for the next one, whenever that may be. And you need to call in on a separate call because that was a very, very good call. No bullshit, okay? I'm letting Masterpiece know right now. You have put her on notice. You were talking about actual boxing.
Yo, Leslie, your call is way more precise than Monsterpiece. You're to it. You talk boxing.
Oh, MD would say that about fucking Monster. I'm team Masterpiece, but I'm team Leslie too. Fuck that shit.
No, I'm saying Monsterpiece brings, her
fucking monster.
she brings her flavor, but like Leslie, you are just like more
you were precise, man. You impressed the shit out of me. That was very, very good. I want to thank you again for calling in. Let me get to some other callers. Actually, someone you spoke of, someone who was at the party, someone who fucking impressed me. Let me tell you something. Amin is either like Steve Cunningham cruiserweight or Steve Cunningham heavyweight weight. in shape, tall as fuck, okay? People better watch their mouth. I'm telling you, you just never know who you're talking to on the other end of these lines. These boxing fans know their boxing and are in shape, looking good. I mean, thank you for coming out, hanging out with us, man. It was a pleasure meeting you and your friend Nella. It was just great talking boxing with you, hanging with you, man. Man, I just can't thank you enough, brother. What's going on? What you think of this weekend, this fights, all the festivities?
Yo, appreciate it, Big Ness. Yo, TBV fan, what up? MD, what up? Listen, this weekend, I'm going to get to the boxing, but this weekend, I'm telling you, yo, Marcus Stainless, I mean, Mauricio Suleiman fell through there, Hank Lundy, Kid Chocolate, Fern Gully. I'm in there with Bruce. I mean, Jay from Orlando, Jeremy behind the scenes, Amber. You know, like, I'm not going to keep going, but I don't want to miss nobody. That's why it's bad when you get to Richard from the UK, Muhammad. You know, I don't want to miss nobody, but it was an amazing experience. And like you said, when you stop and talking to these people, everybody, Santiago came through with his binder. His mom's was like, it was a real family affair, man. You know, awesome time. But
his binder. Explain that to us who aren't there. I'm intrigued. What do you mean a binder?
Santiago had like this. He had some sort of portfolio or a binder where he was explaining to me. It was like, I think he had like the. I don't want to misquote it, but he had like the scorecards from like all these fights from like the last couple of years. It was just like this amazing piece of archive.
Damn, I didn't even get to see that shit. I was too busy hosting.
He's on his Ram Man tip.
Bro, I literally didn't even take a picture with my girl, bro. That was like suicide. I mean, I can't believe that. I fucked and dropped the ball. But yo, talk to me, man. How'd you see this fight, man? Were you impressed? Because I'm interested to hear. Actually, not how you seen it before. I mean, obviously you can get into that, but can you first tell me, do you think that Keith Thurman's stock rise or did it stay the same? Did it drop? Because that's what, you know, some people are saying. I just want to see what others feel.
I think this fight, not style-wise, but in terms of credibility and stature-wise, that outcome reminds me of Santa Cruz and Frampton. The guy who loses the fight is not a loser. I think Keith Thurman, you'd be crazy to think that his stock didn't rise. This is his second fight on national TV. He's still undefeated. He was able to make it out of that fight. I was talking about, I didn't see him having, you know, different gears and going to levels in a certain amount of differentiation. I was fooled because last night he definitely differentiated against somebody that is known for separating himself. I think he got off when he was working his jab. I think people, they misconstrue with you know, when he was standing in there trying to exchange with Danny and throw a couple hooks. When he was in there just sticking the jab to Danny, 10-second clap. When he was sticking the jab to Danny, he was doing very well, and he started that up on the back end of the fight. Danny stole a few rounds. I don't know why they was booing in there. It was just Danny fans booing because Keith Thurman just outboxed him. Very classy gentleman. I think he deserves recognition. I don't want to take no more time. And give me my crow. Give me my crow, first of all.
Hey, caller, I have a quick explanation why they're booing. You know when a baby doesn't get his binky, he cries?
His binky. His binky.
Yeah, I mean, it was too obvious, MD, to even like you can't believe it. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, Keith literally outboxed him. He just outboxed him.
Yeah, and then, like I said, it was just. And last thing, do you think there's two sides of this story? Or do you think it's Keith Thurman's triumph victory? That's the only narrative. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think he beat a sound Danny Garcia. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing about no nutrition, nothing, man. He beat the best Danny Garcia, and he deserves his victory. Danny, to me, you know, I think, you know, he said what he said, but he's still young. He's still developing class, as evidenced by Angel. But don't count Danny out. The winner of Thurman and not Thurman. The winner of Berto and the other guy is a good fight for him. I mean, he ain't gonna, or he can go back down to 140 and try to fight TC, try to fight Bud Crawford.
I mean, man, thank you for calling in. I mean, didn't you win an award?
Yo, 2017. Listen, my TBV family. I lost my voice too, man. My voice been gone since Friday. My TBV family nominated me for Call of the Year, and I can't appreciate and thank y'all enough for that, man. That means so much to me, man. You know, I appreciate that, man, and I love interacting with y'all. I just had such a great time. The whole event, man. Like I said, I can't wait for another one, man. This was beautiful.
Thank you for coming, brother. Thank you for being our 2017 Caller of the Year. I mean one. Prospect Caller of the Year is what I mean one. Class Inbound, I see you. Don't get impatient, my friend. You know we're happy to have you here on the show. I just got to get to other people that are right before you. We're going to go out to Mr. Negative here. Let me tell you something, Scorsese. I don't really care how many views drop off because people are talking about the event, because this is a family over here. We don't care about casual fans that casually watch the show. So we don't really care.
They should, you know, shout out your people. Thank you. But they don't get it. Like, the new people don't get it. They dropped out. They wanted to hear it, man.
It don't matter about the new people. It don't matter to us about the new. What matters to us is the people that are.
It's the people, bro. It's the voice of the people. Continue.
They could have been part of the family too, but you know, they could have been part of the family too. I want your show to grow. I love the show. And about this Kenny Porter sitting you in the corner shit. That's, man, I'll sit in the corner for that dude, man. Make a show about his ass. Tell everybody how fucking pussy he is because you picked against his son and his son went in there and lost. It ain't, his son don't even got a fucking belt. His son had to go get baby dreadlocks to stay relevant. Fuck what Kenny Porter told him. I don't sit no fucking corner for him. He don't want to interview you, turn your camera on and say, well, guess what, nigga? You ain't even a champion. You don't even train a champ. You ain't got a champ in your gym. Your door say no champs allowed.
Yo,
nigga.
you didn't like his JCPenney suit last night?
Fuck you mean? That's him standing in the corner. Fuck that shit. And back to this fight. Keith Thurman won the fight. The title of this show is just crazy. It should have been Tony Bellew, the blessed by the Superman Stevenson curse for having enough balls to fight him or something like that, because he's the biggest story in boxing. Dude that knocked out a cruiserweight, won a title, went up to heavyweight, knocked out a heavyweight. If it was the same year, I'd be calling the fight of the year, man. But that's just what happened when you have balls enough to step in there with Superman Stevenson. You get blessed, and when you don't, you always lose. You know, Joe Smith is next.
Yeah, but what happened to Top Dog though?
Top dog.
He got cursed.
Yeah.
Yeah. From the curse, and he got cursed, right?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Marcus Brown ain't cursed. Marcus Brown ain't a cursed fella. There's nothing to be mad at him about.
Nah, man. I feel it.
But at the end of the day, it gives his curses, it gives his blessings, and he went out the same way B-Hop went out the fucking ring. So that's just the curse. Look at it. The curse just showing up again. But anyway, man, let me talk a little more about the Akbar Rock caller. Come on, bro. What else did you see? Did you see Lubin jump up and touch the sky before he threw the right hand too? That's what you saw, bro. Get the hell out of here, Danny.
He knows more about boxing than you, man. He's been in the game since age 5. Come on, man. You know that.
Let me tell you this. Thurman didn't impress. Danny Garcia impressed even less. Okay, deal with it. It was the build up. Angel Garcia is the highlight of this fight. His bullshit before they didn't go and say, "Oh, we won because we were countering." They said we won because he ran. So don't you come on here telling me, "Oh, because he threw this certain punch and then he was." No. The fight went close. Danny Garcia didn't even do no damn work. Keith Thurman don't even want to see him fight no more for a little while because you ran from 140 pounder, bro. You ran from 140 pounder. That's all I'm saying. And you a prime athlete doing that shit.
Yo, for the new callers, you thought the Thurman Porter fight was not very good. So just put that in context.
No. I said that fight was good. I didn't like the build up to it.
Get your boomerang status on, my man.
You better not duck me, son. You better not duck me, son.
We're going to go out to Stuart Little in the United Kingdom. I don't know. He and MD need to get the award for 2017 or Alumni Hater of the Year, right?
Remember me? I'm Stuart Little. I'm Stuart Little.
Stuart, do you hear what this guy Ness does? When someone debates him or he disagrees with, he just calls him negative and hater. So it's all right.
Well, I don't know. If
we're with the badge of honor at this point.
I don't know if you want to have Stuart on your side because we both know he's truly negative and a hater. I mean, I'm just lumping you in that category.
All right.
You know how he is. Stuart, are you even there? You have a shitty connection, buddy. We can't hear you. Check your mic settings. You don't seem to be connected. Oh, now you dropped off. We'll come back to Stuart Little. In the meantime, we're going to go to Class Inbound. Talk to us.
Yo, hey, what's going on, guys? Man, there was no way I was missing this show. First of all, I want to spread some positivity here before I get into this. Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia deserve applause. I'm really glad that we got to see the fight. Even when MD was being negative, saying Danny Garcia was going to pull out of the fight or there was no way it was happening, I remember this conversation a while back. Like,
well, did I say that?
Like, got to happen, and yeah, you told me like when the fight was announced, you said, "Oh, it's not going to happen. It'll never happen. Danny's going to duck." I remember the conversation.
All right, that's not exactly what I said, but continue.
So, with that being said, I had it 7-5.
Class and Bounds, keep your mouth on the receiver, buddy. Talking to the mic.
All right, hold on. All right, sorry. I had it on speaker. That's what the problem was. So, anyway, so Keith Thurman, I had it 7-5.
Never use speaker or Bluetooth.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll get into this. So again, Keith Thurman 7-5. Keith Thurman, honestly, he was just busier. That's honestly it. Like, I mean, and people can try to analyze it as much as they want, but Keith Thurman was just a busier fighter. Danny Garcia was doing some really good stuff in there. His defense was really on point, and he was pretty economical with his punches, but Keith was just a busier fighter. He did more. He did a little more in those rounds where the rounds were close, and that's why he won the fight. I'd like to see Keith Thurman get a touch-up, maybe like a Jesse Vargas or I don't know, somebody around that level. Or it doesn't matter because he deserves like you said, he deserves a gimme fight. Garcia, Broner, no, but the winner of Porter Berto will go on to fight Thurman later. But actually, what I really want to talk about is David Haye and Tony Bellew. You guys aren't talking about this. But Bellew was a 20-1 underdog in this fight, and Bellew goes in with
no. He wasn't a 20. No, he was 6-1. He was 6-1 by knockout though.
It was 20-1
by knockout, not 20-1 underdog. No.
Oh well.
Yeah, but you're right. If okay. No, the not.
Well, thanks for correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but thanks for correcting me then. But that's still huge. No one here picked Bellew, and I didn't pick Bellew either. But the way it happened was absolutely fantastic. Like, in the first 5 rounds, even before Haye had that injury, he looked awful. Like, all he was doing was throwing these, like we always give Wilder crap for throwing windmills. Like, Haye was throwing, like, these ugly overhands that were not hitting anything, and he was just trying to muscle Bellew. And I'm glad Haye lost, because now we can stop talking that garbage about how Haye would have beat Wilder. Haye would have gotten hurt by any decent top heavyweight if he had gotten in there if it wasn't Bellew. And now that that's out of the way, Bellew, they talked about Bellew getting maybe wanting to get a fight with Wilder, and I'd like to see that maybe, because I don't want to see a Stavern rematch.
Who talked about that?
Bellew said he called out Wilder on Sky Sports.
Oh, wait. I didn't think anybody was calling Wilder out. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to fucking take that as a legitimate fight now. Now you're saying Wilder should answer that call and fight a cruiserweight? Or
hell no, but hell no.
Right?
But I didn't think anybody was calling him out until.
So why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why would you use?
I don't think the law for fucking Canelo fight's legitimate, but you fucking talk about that all the time.
That is a legitimate fight. This is not the same thing.
Okay, they're not in the same division.
Okay, so
Class and bound. That was
that,
your
like,
round.
I like the fight.
That was your round, though. Buddy.
All right.
I'm gonna give you an extra.
All right, then.
I'll give you an extra 15 seconds. Go.
All right, quickly. So no, I think that fight is. I like the fight because, like, if Hay was supposedly going to beat Wilder, then let's see Bellew do it. Let's see what we got. But no one's going to put money on Bellew. I guarantee it. That's all I really want to leave it off with.
I'll tell you, everyone knows I'm such a Wilder fanboy. I'm going to do a show on that probably tomorrow, me and MD, bright and early. So all our UK listeners will be available for that.
Let me say one thing, Ness.
No, I'm going to say one thing. And then you say your one thing, Mr. Cut Everybody Off.
Go ahead.
Freaking phone jacker. I'm going to say.
Negative.
Yeah, Mr. Negative. Got to pay.
No, you're negative. You're negative.
No, you're negative.
Ness. You're negative.
You're negative. Okay.
You see how childish that sounds when you say that? It sounds really childish.
I'm going to say Wilder should fight Tony Bellew. He should do it in the UK. And at least that would introduce him to the UK public. Like you said, no one's calling him out. Someone finally did. That's his own death wish.
Well, he better be careful on the streets.
I don't wish that on him for the sensitive folk. But, you sign up to fight somebody that dangerous, that's on you.
Yeah, I mean, Wilder better be careful with his antics in the street because, I don't know, Ness doesn't pay attention to politics or anything in general, but you have to get visas now to travel to Europe. So I'm pretty sure that the UK is...
that he was already in Europe while waiting in lieu.
Did you not hear what the fuck I just said?
Yeah,
you don't listen to it.
You said be careful. As
I
if
go,
you
now...
doing something.
I said... Now you have to get a visa to travel to Europe. So if Wilder continues to do this shit on the street, I'm telling you straight up that the British immigration agency, I don't know the exact agency, is not going to want that guy over there because if you disrespect Wilder, you get jumped. So they don't want that over there. I'm sorry.
Really? Because there's proof of Wilder putting his hands on someone. None of those videos show that, but you want to paint the narrative. What's wrong with you? You're like a little sick individual sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
How could you just say that? Like, oh, you get hands put on you. The videos don't show that. So where are you getting this from? You have an inside info? You got a source?
I mean we have what's his name on the show? Are you discrediting him on air?
Who?
The trainer.
What? How am I discrediting him? That's one side. As a platform, you should be presenting both. Not just jumping on the one.
No, I'm presenting both sides of the. I'm presenting both sides of the argument. I'm just getting it out there.
Interview Wilder anyway. I'm gonna move on. This guy is.
I'm just presenting both sides of the argument. There's two sides of the story,
toxic,
right?
Buddy, you're toxic. I don't understand why you like to be so negative. Let's go to Stuart Little just to have a combination of fucking negativity. Talk to me, Stuart. Stuart Little from the United Kingdom. Second time going to you. We hear you in a very distance. Could you even hear him, MD? I heard him very faintly.
I could hear him now. Stuart, talk.
Nope, he dropped off, actually. Poor kid. That sucks. I know he's staying up late over there. We're going to 702 Las Vegas. First time calling in. Who's this?
This is Dre.
Dre, is this your first time calling in, my friend?
Yeah, this is my first time, fam. You feel me? I've been listening to y'all for like about a year now. You feel me? I finally got through. You feel me? I'm out here to speak my piece. You feel me? About the Thurman fight. That's all.
Well, all right. Go ahead and after this intro, since you've been listening. Oh, shit. Bruce, I got you next, Bruce. I know I got no producer flying with me, Bruce. Biggest show of the year. We got no producer. I'm going to go to this first time caller intro, and then you introduce yourself. All right, brother?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut.
This Dre from Las Vegas, you feel me? Here to represent for the Thurman fight one time.
So how'd you see the
Yeah,
fight?
I just called in. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, I saw the fight as Thurman. You feel what I'm saying? Putting hands on Garcia. I feel like, that nigga knocked the lights out of him, you feel me, at the beginning. But Garcia, you feel me, he a good fighter, though. You feel what I'm saying? People can't really hate on him. He got technique, but I just feel like that strong, aggressive hits that Thurman was putting on him, I just feel like, you feel what I'm saying, he not firing him. I didn't really see that out of Garcia, you feel me? And even the old fights, you feel what I'm saying, I thought Garcia wasn't really taking it to the person. Even though he walking them down, man, you got to look at how GGG walk them down. When GGG walk people down, he knocking them too. Garcia not doing that. You feel me?
Yeah, but Golovkin only fought bums, man. Yeah. Golovkin's only fought bums, right?
I mean, switch it up. What you saying?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm saying Golovkin's only fought bums, right? So him cutting off the ring is only against bums. So
no, I never said that.
No. I'm fucking with you. I'm saying that the people that say that look at Golovkin.
Golovkin never really fought. Golovkin never really fought bums. You can't really say people is bums, bro. They all pros, my nigga. They all in there.
I agree with you.
You know ass. You feel what I'm saying? So y'all can't say niggas is fighting bums, homie. They all in there They all up in there fighting. It's like in the NFL, niggas, even the niggas that sitting on the bench, homie, they motherfucking professionals, homie. You can't say that shit.
I agree.
Niggas is in there doing what they need to do. You feel me? Ray Robinson went 97-0, homie, versus nobody before he took his first loss. So y'all can't be hating on niggas like that, bro. But Thurman did his thing. That's all I wanted to say. Ness, you feel what I'm saying? I respect your show, bro. I'll be trending and everything, blood. Don't even trip. But I just wanted to speak my piece, bro. And D, keep them haters up off of you, P. I know they be hating up on you on this show, bro, but don't even trip, bro. You feel what I'm saying? I got you, my nigga. But peace up, Ness. Keep that shit up, bro.
Thank you so much. Hey, you said David, right? From Vegas?
Nah, Dre, bro.
Dre. Shit,
but
Dre.
my screen name is Daniel Defense, though. My screen name Daniel Defense for all the niggas who.
All right. Let's let go of the Angel Garcia. Let's let go of the Angel Garcia for the FCC get on us or something. But listen,
we the voice of the people.
This guy MD, he loves his sarcasm.
Don't trip, Ness. You feel me? You good, bro. You good.
Thank you,
bro. You good.
I appreciate it, Dre. We're just trying to get to heights, MD. Don't you want to be in a studio one day, Bill Maher style, and we can have Dre in the audience? You know what I'm saying? We feeling like Oprah Winfrey. You get his shirt. You know what I mean? Something like that, MD. I'm just dreaming. Let's get from Dre in Vegas all the way to Larry and nope. Larry, pump the brakes. This is the time when you need this particular soundbite. It's like, my bad, Larry. It's actually Bruce who needs to go. Then we'll get to Larry. Bruce from Pittsburgh.
Black stripe.
MD.
What's up?
Who'd you give rounds 11 and 12?
I'm pretty sure that Danny Garcia won round 11, but to be honest, right, I need to go back and watch that. But round 12 was really fucking close. I don't know what you guys were on. Just because Keith Thurman was backing up in the beginning of the round, Danny Garcia didn't land a fucking thing. So round 12 was very close. That's all I got to say. But round 11 was a Danny Garcia round, I think. I don't remember these rounds, but whatever. Fight wasn't close.
Because I don't think he landed a punch in round 11.
Okay, I just said I gave Danny Garcia round 11.
16-1.
Bruce, find me 6 more. Find me 6 more, Bruce.
On the 116, 112, 115, 113, Garcia. Same as on. On a 116, 112 scorecard, if that judge does like the other judges and gives 11 to 12 to Danny like everyone else in fucking humanity does, the fight's a draw.
I mean, I'm sure if I go and look at those scorecards, they seem all bullshit, like messy, because I heard that the rounds were scored ridiculous. But you yourself, did you give Danny Garcia 7 rounds?
Yeah.
Okay. What rounds?
Definitely. And I ain't alone. Hold up. I'll tell you right now. I give him Round two.
Round two. He threw 31 punches in round two. 31 punches to Keith Thurman.
When he folded him up.
What? Were you watching the same fight? I've never seen Keith Thurman folded up, but continue.
He wasn't folded up in that fight. With a body shot.
The only time I remember Keith Thurman getting hurt from a body shot was a low blow. I'm not even joking here.
Okay. I must have seen something different live then. I don't know. Maybe they showed different on fucking Showtime. I don't know. He landed 14 more punches, MD. You're talking all this work he did. He landed 14 more punches.
Correct. But there was only 3 rounds. Right? There's only 3, and there's only 1 round where Danny Garcia threw more punches. But there's only 3 rounds where Danny Garcia landed more punches. And obviously, the punches that were more substantial were Keith Thurman's punches. Were they not?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Just like with the Porter fight, man, I cannot let a dude lose.
You thought Porter won?
30 seconds of a round and win 30 seconds of a round. And
did you think Porter won?
Do that.
Bruce, do you think Porter won?
Yeah.
So is it weird that you're in the mind? Bruce, listen, I love you, Bruce. No disrespect. But is it weird that you're in the minority for both of these picks?
And I thought Ward won too.
Oh, well, you're contrarian. It's all right. It's all right, Bruce. It's all right.
I'm not a contrarian because every one of them fights.
Bruce, you are a boomerang. So I got to cut you, and you got to use your boomerang status if that is what you want. We will move on. We're going down the line. I think we were supposed to get to Larry from San Francisco. Larry, talk to us.
Big ups to the Boxing Voice. Love y'all, and that's evidenced by how long I've been hanging out. Hey, appreciate the show as always. MD, I know that you're still training to be a doctor right now, but we might have to graduate you early to help some of these folks out. I can't believe some of what I'm hearing. Won that fight and won it clearly. I said on this show he would win live, and he did.
I know, but Larry, Akar, what is his name? Akar Ma'aim, right? Whatever. He's been in school since age 5, so I would assume he would graduate by then. 5 years old, he's been in the game, right?
Well, yeah. When you've been doing this since 5 years old, you got to defer to folks like that. So we'll give him a pass on that. But here's what I'm trying to tell y'all: Abner Martinez did not beat Leo Santa Cruz. Robert Guerrero did not beat Danny Garcia. Sean Porter did not beat Keith Thurman. And last night's fight, and all 3 of the fights were closer than last night was. Keith Thurman won that fight clearly. The only rounds Garcia won is when Thurman allowed him to come forward, plant, and throw. It scored.
I don't like how you say allowed, but
aggression. Say that again.
It was a fight. How do you say allowed?
You fought conservative.
He allowed is a fight. You don't say allowed.
You fought conservative.
All right.
Yeah, it's when you put the pressure on.
Let Larry finish.
Hold up. Let me answer that. Let me answer it. When you come forward and throw punches, jab in somebody's face, throw power shots like Thurman did in all the rounds that he won, that's what I mean by allowed. And then he didn't do that. He got on the back foot and got more lateral, and that's when Garcia came forward. Garcia did exactly what Thurman allowed him to do, and didn't do it all that well. He had some nice counters at times, but I'll have to understand that. Listen to this: clean punching, defense, effective aggression, ring generalship. Thurman won all 4 of those handily. The fight was not close. Keith Thurman, the bigger fighter, the better fighter, the natural 147. That's who won the fight. That's who won it again. Now, and that's why it's boxing. We all got our opinions, but we all know what happened last night.
I'll give Thurman. I'll give Thurman.
Larry, don't go. You got 30 seconds. Danny immediately next. What do you want to see? Thurman immediately next. What do you want to see?
Well, I've been wanting to see Garcia against Pacquiao and Broner, all the cats that moved up to 147. That's where he belongs fighting against.
What about Thurman?
That Crawford would be nice, but it's hard to do.
What about Thurman? next?
I mean, the winner of Brook and Spence. I don't think they'll do that next, but that's what I'd like to see. Winner of Brook and Spence. Natural 147 is going at it.
Naturally, you would see Thurman fight the winner of Brooks and Earl Spence.
That's what we would want to see for sure.
But Thurman,
I like MD's idea though. You know MD, and I've been thinking that one.
Cherry pick.
I've been pondering who could Keith Thurman have a hometown fight with, and I know who.
It won't be.
Wait! Stop.
Who? That's a good topic.
Yo, none other than Luis
Collazo. I thought the same.
Why? Because Casual, we know he can beat him, but he presents that mystique where, oh, he did better than Danny because he almost knocked him out. And look, he got a resurgence of his career, knocking out the young Sammy Vasquez. And he goes to Thurman's hometown to do it again.
Fuck that. You know who his easy touch should be next? His easy touch next should be Adrian Broner.
Damn,
that should be his easier touch.
Joe. Don't say easy
touch. Easy touch? That's an easy
mean,
touch for Keith Thurman. Let's keep it real.
But if Collazo or Broner are listening,
Granado's won that last fight almost. Jesus, like how is that not an easy touch?
I'm just saying, if they're listening, they don't want to be called an easy touch. We're talking about a what, 4-time champion?
Correct. I'm comparing it to Keith Thurman. Adrian Broner is whatever. I'm comparing it to Keith Thurman because I think so highly of Keith Thurman, and I don't think as highly of Adrian Broner. It'll be an easy touch.
Listen, if the fight was announced, Keith Thurman, Adrian Broner, I'm gonna go watch it.
Hey, Larry, would that be an easy touch? Larry, would that be an easy touch for Keith Thurman?
I'm not off. And I'll tell you one thing I know. I interviewed Thurman way back in 2012, I think, when Broner fought Maidana, and he was on the undercard versus Carras. And when he was the co-main, he went out to the back, as all fighters do after their fight, and obviously Broner's going into the ring. I'm interviewing him as Broner's entering, and his call out then was Broner. He always wanted to fight with Broner. He felt Broner was moving up too soon, and that, you know, he wouldn't be the big welterweight. So
exactly, and the Broner that fight Maidana does not exist anymore.
Broner is serious. Broner zaps. Broner has angles. Keith Thurman,
casual.
Your casualness is serious.
Casual, bro. Do you know who Adrian Granados is? Keith Thurman would knock out Adrian Granados, and he doesn't have power, you say. Come on, let's keep it real.
All right, let's get to some other callers here. We're going to go to Tone in Chicago.
Tone or Ness. Amir Aman. Come on, was he dope or he was?
What's up, fellas?
He was a prospect out of no chin. Let's move on.
Hey, you guys hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, Tone. I think Casual's sucking back on Grandpa's old stash again, so we might get a bit of cut enough.
I did, but I'm thinking Amir Aman was hype. Cause come on, yes or no?
Yeah. I appreciate it. I appreciate the show, fellas, and appreciate you guys getting to me here. I gotta say, Danny Garcia just looked like he was one step behind all night, man. Danny looked like he was one step behind all night. He was just following Thurman around. Thurman was getting off sometimes with a few punches here and there, enough to outland Danny, and enough to throw more shots, and therefore that gives him the fight because of the fact that he basically outboxed him all night. Danny just needed to get off a little more, man. I mean, the way Danny started in round 12, if he would have done that, you know, obviously it's easy to say now, but if Danny would have fought like that the whole way, he would have had a better opportunity to win, you know. But at the end of the day, I picked Thurman to win, and I thought Thurman won 115, 113. I gave him 7 rounds of 5. And
5, that's a popular.
I gotta agree with Ness. Yeah, that's how I scored it, man. I scored it on that Throwdown app. But I gotta agree with Ness. Ness, you were right on about that when they announced the decision. Jimmy Lennon, credit to Jimmy Lennon. He didn't say the new champion. He said, and now.
Yo, what you got to agree with me? What you got to agree with me? I didn't hear what you were agreeing with. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just didn't hear, and I want to know.
It happens so rare. Ness is
I know.
shocked when someone agrees with him.
I'm like a little puppy right now. He's got the treat in hand.
You were right on about Jimmy Lennon Jr. How he announced the fight at the end of the fight. How Danny thought he won basically. But it wasn't Jimmy Lennon who said new. He said and now. Jimmy Lennon said and now the WBA and WBC champion of the world. And then that's when Danny thought he won. Started jumping around and
that's funny.
Yo, wasn't that shit heartbreaking though? Because MD thinks it's coming from like a Danny Garcia fanboy standpoint.
Heartbreaking for what?
The fucking facial. Let me talk
He
to
almost won something and didn't deserve, and it got taken back. I don't give a fuck.
You're like a terrorist. You're like a phone terrorist, bro. Let me talk to.
You asked me, I'd answer.
MD is hyped.
This guy's crazy.
Yeah, no.
I'm hyped because you know why I'm hyped? Because this should be Keith Thurman's coming out party. Yeah, you have people that are justifying Danny Garcia winning. It was a masterclass game plan. It was a masterclass game plan, and he won that fight easily.
Make it his party.
MD, I agree with you, MD, but let me answer the question, man. Ness asked me a question. Let me just answer it, dude. Give me a minute here. Ness asked me a question, so I want to answer it. And yeah, man, I got to say, I felt for Danny there. You know, I did feel for him because he thought he won. He starts jumping around. He's like, oh, yeah, I won the fight. And then, you know, they announced Keith Thurman wins, which was right. You know, I agree that Keith Thurman won the fight. But I got to feel for Danny because he really thought he won it there at the very end. So I got to agree with you as well, now. So at the end of the day, do I want to see a rematch? I really do want to see a rematch between these two guys. I want to see them move on.
Yo, I felt really bad for Jeff Horn because he didn't get the Pacquiao fight. My heart goes out to him. I'm really sad for him.
MD is
You're fucking ridiculous, bro.
No, hey, Enrique, I'm telling you right now, Enrique, you have to redo his intro, and we need that fucking Al Pacino. Say hello to the bad guy. I'm the best bat. This guy,
hey, you're just not on my level, Ness. It's okay. It's okay. You're not on my level. No, I schooled you so many times you became neutral. I get it.
I got a good intro for MD, man. I got a good intro for MD. I got to play that. What's that little suspense thing of that old Psycho movie from like the 60s where the guy's stabbing, you know, the woman in the shower? What's that suspense?
Psycho?
I know. MD's intro.
Damn, Ness is sharp.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. You got to
sharp, Ness.
Incorporate that into his intro.
Yo, Ness on point. Stay on point. Tone from Chicago. Good. Great call. Great interaction. Felt like a group chat there, even though MD, man. Take the fucking bomb suit off, all right, bro? You're jacking everything here. Terrorist with the phone call jacks. He don't want nobody to answer no questions.
This is what Ness does. Ness can't debate, so he pushes the callers against me.
No, the caller was. I asked him one question.
Okay, listen. You asked me a question, and I whatever. But let's move on. You gave him his time. At this point, let's move on.
Props. Where's Matt when we need him? Matt, I hope Matt gets home safe. He's flying from New York to Los Angeles. And hope he gets this.
I don't know. Mario Munguio, who's very knowledgeable in boxing as well, agreed with every single thing I've said. So whatever.
He also dropped off. So I don't know. Listen, we're going to get to another TBV attendee and one of our correspondents from the ATL. He's been doing all that green screen work, bringing the interviews that me and MD and the other co-hosts do to light. And they've been doing phenomenal. Shout out, especially on the Elderly Alvarez, which normally wouldn't get the attention that it does. Jeremy Flanagan, it was a pleasure meeting you finally in person for the first time at the TBV Appreciation Night and hanging out, obviously, at the fight. And
Jeremy, did we meet?
Oh, my God. You see, Jeremy, you shouldn't even say anything to Casual. He's the worst. He's the worst.
I'm a face person. I'm not.
Matter of fact, MD is in. I'm going to nominate MD for the Hater of the Year, and he's in the category with Enrique for the co-host to forget the most callers' names ever is MD and Casual. Jeremy, you don't even have to address Casual. He doesn't remember you. Wow. You don't have to remember him.
Did we have a drink?
Yeah, Cass, how you can't remember me, man?
Well, bring me back.
Yo, I'm telling you, he's over there drinking coquito, man. He's Puerto Rican.
Wow.
It's like a Christmas. It sounds good.
He's still suffering from Danny's defeat.
I am. It was a draw or a Danny win.
That's what it is, man. But
let him get his call now. He's ready.
No, it wasn't a draw. It wasn't a draw, but Thurman did have the edge because he dominated in those early rounds to where he didn't even have to go toe to toe and bang with Danny in the later rounds, which was pretty much boxing. If people know boxing, that he gave us boxing, and we had to appreciate that last night as fans. And I know I definitely did, because one of the first things you learn in boxing is to cut off the ring, and Danny was not able to cut off the ring at all against Keith Thurman.
Was Thurman on his back foot? Was Thurman on his back foot? Did Thurman look like Porter?
He took a book from Floyd. He just took Thurman just took a page out of Floyd's book.
Intelligent.
You can't touch me. If you can't touch me, there's no reason why we should be. There's no reason why I should even go toe to toe with you like that. If I've been dominating you in the early rounds.
Great.
He won enough rounds in order to win that fight.
And he threw more. He threw 100 and something more punches. I don't know why people are calling him the avoider or whatever you call him.
Right. But definitely besides the fight, though, man, hands down, I want to give you guys at TBV nothing but love, man, and appreciate everything you guys have done and did. Like me, it was like my first time coming to New York. Everything was pretty much a first for me going to my first fight. It was just a whole new experience for me, man. And I just want to say I appreciate everything you guys do for boxing. It's nothing but family. Everybody getting together was nothing but family. I actually shot Ness a text message and told Ness that I want everybody to be comfortable with, with getting their awards and titles and everything. But I'm coming after that Caller of the Year.
Oh shit! Did you see the Empire State Building? How was that? Empire State.
I actually didn't even see the Empire State.
How don't you see that? That's like
Enrique. What are you talking about?
It was like I don't know what he's talking about. What was the Manhattan Bridge and Brooklyn Bridge, man? Just crossing over those. You know me. I was doing too much of a trying to make sure that wind wasn't slapping me in the face. I wasn't used to that.
For what? The win.
Yeah, the wind. I wasn't used to all that cold weather, man. 21 degrees coming from Atlanta. I wasn't used to 21 degrees, man.
I feel it. I hear that.
It was freezing for me.
I live in Florida, but people were at the pool today.
Yo, I wish I was at the pool today. Listen, Jeremy, man, let me get to some others. Glad to hear you got home safe, brother. Once again, pleasure meeting you for sure. We got to get to let me see here. Oh my God, there's just so many people. All right, we went to Larry. We went to
Enrique, you should ask the next caller if they went to Ellis Island. As a tourist, right? You should ask their tourist schedule. I'm interested.
Next up is Jeremy from Louisiana. Talk to us.
No disrespect to Boxing Voice. First thing I want to say, I want to respond to that last caller from Las Vegas, the new caller. Fuck you, MD. You don't know what you're talking about. How you gonna down Wilder and up GGG? That don't make no sense to me. They both down. They got the same record. Even though GGG been champion for almost 8 years and Wilder been champion for 2 years, and you always clowning Wilder. I don't understand that. Mm-hmm. But it was a great fight. Good atmosphere. I mean, the whole atmosphere was electric. I didn't go to the fight, but I saw it on TV, saw it on YouTube videos, all the people taking the camera, 16,000, electrifying. It was a nice fight. Danny lost to me, 8-4. His feet was just a little too slow. Keith Thurman did get hurt in the body later and just played it safe. I wish he would have gauged, at least in the last round, to give the fans a little more what they wanted, And then another thing MD was wrong about, the ratings wasn't low. They said the ratings on this fight even did surpass the ratings on Keith Thurman and Porter. They said it did higher than that.
I actually said that. I actually verbatim said that.
You said 2.7. No, one of y'all said it only did 2.2.
Ness, did I not say that these ratings did better than the Thurman Porter?
Yeah, he said it, and I also said it did 2.7. I also said 2.7. Yeah, but it did. He also
Boxing reporting that it did.
Did how much?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, how much? How much?
No, Boxing reporting that they're not reporting what it did. They just guessing because what it was in 2016 and June the 25th when Porter and Thurman fought, it was like at 1.8. They said right now with the same reporting is at 2.7, so it should be stronger than Thurman and Porter. That's what they reported. They ain't no the rating's not in yet, so it did way better.
It's exactly what we talked about before.
What they can say.
But I'm wrong because you don't like my
No,
opinion.
that's what MD said. He said that it did better than the Thurman Porter, but it's all good. You got about
Yo, Ness, they got to come correct before they come at me. They all know that, or you're going to be embarrassed.
All right, if I did, I know I'm
You
coming.
did not come correct tonight. You did not. You did not come correct tonight.
I'm coming correct about the water and GGG for sure. GGG always said anybody, you always down in water. The same thing.
Yeah. Yo. Quick question: when has GGG ever lost 4 straight rounds in a fight?
Never.
GGG, it's not about if he lost 4 straight.
Oh no, it ain't about that. Next call. I'm just
8
kidding.
months. He could have been. Listen, let me tell you. That's a question. Let me answer. He ain't fought in 8 months. He could have been giving out rounds. As soon as he threw the right hand, he knocked him out. That was the point. But look who GGG fought. He fought a middleweight and Gabriel Rosado, who never fought at 160 for a championship belt. He fought Brooke at one.
Boom.
Nestor, what was that final count?
That's what boomerangs are for. What great call, Jeremy from Louisiana. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make an announcement. Enrique, I'll get you a question in a moment. Want to make an announcement, obviously, which we haven't said all day. We totally appreciate the amount of people watching. This is a very, we're very grateful. We would like you to hit that thumbs up button so that we can increase the visibility of the show. We definitely need you to hit the thumbs up button. Enrique, what is your question?
I was buying a drink and at the concession stand, and they were like, "Yo, is it sold out?" And the other Patreon at the Barclays was like, "Yo, I don't think so. The word is that we are 13,000," and it was right before the Barclays Garcia Thurman fight started. So I'm just curious, like.
Yo, so give us the details.
What are you
1
curious
second.
about?
Tell us the type of drink you got and tell us the.
1 second. What are you curious about?
I don't think it was sold out.
Okay, didn't me and MD already discuss the numbers?
I don't know, but I know there was 4 seats right beside me, not filled.
But it's not sold out. The arena holds 20-something thousand. We said,
Okay. Say that then. You said
533.
I was told 15.5 sells out.
Well, then, if that's the sellout for Barclay, if that's what they consider a sellout, this sold out because they sold.
And I'm not drunk. I'm hoarse. I had 2 events and I went to, and I was yelling and talking really loud. I'm just telling you.
Sound a little.
Yeah, that's cool. You could say that. I didn't sleep.
I don't know. I mean,
You sound punchy a little bit.
He definitely sounds punchy because he's answering his own questions. If you spoke to someone and they told you 15K is a sellout, and me and MD are saying there was fucking 16.
Sorry. Yeah, I did drink. The concession stand told me that.
Okay, if you spoke to someone and they tell you 15K
is
a sellout.
I just overheard. They were like, "Yo, is it a sellout?"
The person.
Can we move
I respect all people, so don't make this disrespect. But like, your word from someone at a concession stand, I don't know. Like, I don't really take it.
Yeah. How long is the line to buy beer?
Oh. Shut it down. 404 ATL. Talk to us.
He's quiet too.
Yeah, I had
Charles from Atlanta. Talk to us, brother.
Yeah, I'm here. I had Thurman 116, 112. Yeah, I only gave Garcia 2, 6, 10, and 12. Like, I don't know what everybody's looking at on TV. Keith like clearly outboxed him. Like, it was clear. Danny was just following him. Like, he was kind of chasing him. He wasn't throwing. He wasn't landing anything. So yeah, that was clear. Keith Thurman. For the next fight, I'm thinking Garcia and Collazo. I think it's like June 10th, June 11th is the Puerto Rican parade in New York. That'd be perfect. Put them back in, the Barclays. And then for Thurman, Lamont Peterson is his mandatory for the WBA. So they might as well put that in Orlando. That'd be a good fight for Thurman. Other than that, Erickson Lubin looked good. I still don't think he's ready for Charlo because Charlo's fought like Rosado, Jackson, Vanez. Like, he has way more experience.
Yo, Keith Thurman should fight Cotto in Orlando. That would be amazing.
Yeah, but he would have to probably get a catch weight. He would probably beat the brakes off Cotto too with that speed.
I agree.
Would he be that fast at 154? He was fast when he fought Quintana at 54.
Yeah, Cotto's a 147 pounder anyway, so I don't.
But I'm sure Cotto will do it at 54 or like 53.
Cotto's has to get on that Vada. That's all I'm saying.
Cotto will kill him.
Yeah, Charles.
Yeah, but give me my crow for give me my crow for David Hay, man. I don't know what happened with him. He always getting foot problems in big fights. But yeah, good coverage.
Cotto versus Thurman. Cotto will kill him.
Funny. Yeah,
Cotto would kill him?
It was funny when Ness asked.
Oh man, I know what you're about to say. Come on, man. I know that was a mistake, man.
Come on, that was hilarious.
But I didn't know.
I know, but it was funny because you said, but you emphasized like, yo, who'd you see winning? Like you emphasized it, and it was just like an awkward silence. And then somebody started busting out laughing.
Fucking casual laughing because he's inconsiderate.
You played it off.
Casual, yo, he's supposed to be my like boy, bro, and he's gonna laugh and shit right in the dude's face.
What are you talking
about? He played it off good though, and he felt good. He got to really talk about the fight, so that was good. But what you think about Garcia Collazo and Barclays for the Puerto Rican Day Parade? That seems perfect.
Excellent. That was an excellent point. That was
Puerto Rican. They both from New York. They both, he from New York. They both from the East Coast. They both Puerto Rican. That's perfect. And
Danny wins.
It's like I was born to do this. You know what's funny? Before this fight, I was talking to Danny, and I said, bro, why aren't you not capitalizing on these Puerto Rican dates that Cotto was leaving open? He was like, you know what? I never thought about that. So
see. That's why he's not capitalizing. See. Yeah, see.
This is MD's. Let me cue up the rim shot.
Where did he get
that? Was MD's humor at Danny not knowing Spanish.
Why would I speak more Spanish than Danny Garcia? Why does that make any sense?
We never heard you speak Spanish.
Well, I do speak more Spanish than Danny Garcia. That's all I gotta say.
Charles, man, thank you for calling in. Let's get to another TBV Appreciation Night attendee, a Patreon, a friend, a TBV family member. He was at the after party. He was at the fight. He trained Matt, a.k.a. the hipster Hunter, for his big fight versus BoxingMD, the surgeon, none other than Santiago from Los Angeles. Santiago, what's going on, brother?
Are you still in Manhattan?
Brooklyn specifically, and not much. I'm just here chilling at the hotel with my mom. We're both listening to the show right now. It was fun being able to bring her here to attend the party, take her to her second live fight, take her to the after party. She enjoyed herself. You guys helped her truly relax and not think about work for once. So thank you for that.
Did your mom see the fight on Patreon against me and Matt?
This guy.
Yeah, she did.
Who won?
MD loves to stick that knife further and further in, yo. Go ahead, Santiago.
Yeah, man. I mean, obviously, it was fun, being able to see some old faces.
Hey, Santiago, I'm going to cut you off. I'm going to cut you off one last time, but I'm going to restart the clock. Don't you worry about it. What I want to do is I want to offer you an opportunity at redemption right here. We already know there's a fighter out there amongst the TBV family campaigning at a shot at MD. He wants the titles, but officially, he is the undisputed TBV champion because he did dethrone Bruce for the IBF. He currently holds the WBC and the Ring Magazine and the WBO title. So Canadian Jose, is looking for a trainer and an opportunity in the ring with MD. Would you put your services on the line, my friend?
In the ring?
Yes, absolutely. Hell, my mom's sitting here saying, take the offer. So, I can't disobey my mom. If Canadian Jose wants me to train him, I'll be more than happy to train him.
In the ring. Not a bet.
Yeah, no. I take it easily. I take it, man.
I don't know, but he's going to have to do like Clubber Lane, I'm telling you, because MD's retired. Every big fighter like Floyd, you retire after a big win. So it's going to take a lot to get MD.
Wait, he's talking about fighting me?
Oh, you didn't know? Canadian Jose, his videos all over the internet. He's calling you out, bro.
Nah, it's all fun and game for Jose. He's
no, you don't know, bro.
The money's right, but like, listen, Jose is a nice guy.
He said the money's right. I loved it. Yo, you're the best bad guy.
He's never played. Jose's a nice guy. He seems like he's intelligent. He's funny. He trolls. Doesn't look like he ever played sports.
Oh, easy work. Easy work.
I don't like. No, it's like, listen. The thing,
is it easy work?
I mean,
listen, I'm gonna just go on record and say this, MD. I know for a fact we're not gonna do it in Thurman's if it ever did happen. I'm just saying hypothetically, we're not gonna do it in Thurman's anyway. But this is more of a fair fight, so no one could get mad at you for giving him some body love. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I don't think anybody could get mad at anything that happened, because when someone says that they're gonna knock me the fuck out, right? I have the right to defend myself. So nobody should be mad at me for anything.
The fight on Patreon wouldn't know if you did or didn't not.
Exactly. They shouldn't be mad about whatever happened. You know what I'm saying?
True.
You guys size.
You know what? We're gonna have to restart the clock on Santiago.
Yeah, Enrique, we knew this, and I warned him. Did I not?
Is that this is like, Jose's out there. Yo, he was all in the Barclays Center talking about, I got my belts. I want to fight MD. I'm like, bro. I mean, he lost a couple of pounds, but he still got that, he's got that Bolivian body going on.
Kill him with the body.
Yeah, you should be able to kill him with the body. But listen, let me get to the trainer that may or may not take the job.
Yeah, I take the job, and also, I personally scored the fight 7-5 for Thurman. There were a lot of close rounds in that fight. My mom shared the same feeling with Casual, that she felt that Danny won, and no gripe to her. Obviously it was a close fight, and I was with Casual that if they scored that fight a draw, I would not have been mad.
7-5.
But to me, Danny showed a few facets to his game that I didn't think were there, because those first two rounds were scary moments for him, and like he managed to go through it, go to distance, and even managed to put a little bit of hurt on Thurman himself, especially when he went to the body. Those left hooks to the body seemed to be key for him, but he just didn't capitalize on it. And so I'm with one of the callers who said that, maybe Danny's next fight should be against Louis Collazo here in the Barclays. He's a New Yorker. Danny's a Philadelphia. They could easily make the fight here, Puerto Rican Day Parade and everything. Thurman should probably get Lamont Peterson. If he wants an easy fight, take care of his mandatory. Obviously, I got to eat crow for David Haig, because I'm many people who picked him to beat Tony Bellew. So. And as always, if you guys have any questions you want to ask me about any of the topics today, feel free to ask. Otherwise, that's my call, and I'm going to pass you guys over to a special guest caller.
Wait. Before you put Mama Santiago on, I do have one. I want to know, now that you've watched the tape, and try not to give away what you saw on the tape, but now that you've watched the tape of your fighter, Matt, you are just like Andre Rozier. You're like Andre Rozier right now. You have a second opportunity at your shot at Gennady Golovkin. We all know that, for those that watch the tape, know that MD used a similar Gennady Golovkin approach in his fight with Matt.
Ask his mom, would she be okay with him fighting me? I just want you to ask his mom. His mom.
With who would be okay?
Are you asking Santiago to fight me?
No, I'm not asking Santiago to fight you. I'm saying now that he's viewed the tape, he's like Andre Rozier, the trainer of Curtis Stevens at one point, and the trainer of Daniel Jacobs now, who has a second opportunity at Gennady Golovkin, who, like you, mimicked Golovkin in the fight. For those that watch the tape, I'm just asking Santiago, being able to see you now, actually having footage of you, what does he think he would do different having a bigger guy in Jose from Canada, who easily, we got to get Jose down. He's probably like 200 pounds because he's out of shape.
He could be at that weight.
Oh my God.
Damn, you hear, yo, that was similar to like Ivan Drago, the way he was like, he could be up.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I like Jose, right? He, like, as much as I bullshit with Jose, whatever. Like, I have no Jose, it's all fun and games. And I'm going to keep it real here. Like, I mean, people who like joke about being in the ring, I mean, fuck, shit has real consequences, and getting fucking hit hard in the head hurts. And a lot of people talk like a lot of people are talking like they've never been hit in the head or really sparred before. So it just seems to me a little odd that people are making seem like these things are jokes. That's all I gotta say.
I have a question for Santiago.
Well, he's got to answer mine first, Enrique.
No, I'm letting it be.
Go ahead, Santiago.
Okay, what was the question, Ness?
Oh, Jesus.
What could he do differently? Was that the question? What could Jose do compared to Matt?
Like, I mean, now that you have a second opportunity and you've seen how MD performs, how would you train now your second fighter to face MD, aka Triple G, aka the Surgeon?
Well, to be honest, I would really depend more on what kind of fighter Jose is. I would first need to see just what kind of fighter he is before I could really come down to a game plan for how to take on MD, because MD is a big guy. He definitely knows how to put power in his punches. He knows how to cut off the ring pretty well. You know, he did make his punches count when he threw them, even if a few of them were a little wild. So I would definitely need to first see what kind of fighter Jose is before I could make any game plan to how to take on MD, because every person's different. I have a different fighting style. Matt has a different fighting style. I could imagine that Jose has a different fighting style.
What's your fighting style? You got the Sergio Morris snake fighting style?
That was pure class. I just want to say that was pure class, Santiago. I love the way you sounded, almost like Robert Garcia right there.
Very serious.
Beautiful. I love the way you answered that question. I know MD had something for you. After that, put on Mama Santiago. Let's see how she enjoyed the night.
She's asleep.
Good evening.
Oh!
This is Judith.
Judith, how are you?
Mom. Fine. I enjoy so much to spend my time with you guys. Thank you for all the kindness and the gentlemen that I met and the ladies. So great, so beautiful. I'm so pleased to be here with you all this time. And I'm glad that you received me the way that you did. Thank you.
Party?
Thank you, Judith. Yes, she came to the party. How did you enjoy the TBV Appreciation Night?
Oh, my God, it was wonderful. I'm so glad to have my son share with you. And about the fight, if I can say something.
Of course, the floor is yours.
I think that one of the main things for the fighters to win
90 seconds
opponent, because if they know how they fight, they have more chances. That's just what I think. I don't know anything about boxing, but I'm learning from my son.
And he's a great teacher. Judith, I want to thank you and Santiago for attending the TBV Appreciation Night personally. It was a pleasure hanging out with you both at the event, at the fight, the venue in the Barclays Center. Afterwards at Yayo's, you are a sweetheart, and Santiago is a wonderful son. Thank you so much, Santiago. Can't wait to see you again, my friend. You know you're part of the TBV family. You have 60 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Press that one if you want to partake in the show, because we're going into drive-by, but I'm still going to give you a little bit of time. We're going to go to 318. Wait, I think one of your panelists is trying to get my attention. Yes? No? Maybe so? No. Okay. We're going to go to 318. Are you a first-time caller, my friend? Who is this and where are you calling from? Oh, shit. Sorry. Actually, 318. We will
wait.
Yes.
This is an important announcement. Well, first off, everybody should hit thumbs up, please.
That's true.
And I think people are asking, where's the video? Where's the sparring video? Where's the sparring video? If you guys have just listened for the first time, or you're new to the show, or you haven't been paying attention, or you've been living underneath a rock, you guys should join Patreon. That's where the exclusive fight is between myself and Matthew Hunter. And there's other exclusive content there too. We do film reviews. We do film reviews, is which we take an older fight. We did the Keith Thurman Collazo fight, for example. We did the Golovkin Brook fight. So there's many fights that we could do. So,
very true.
Great content.
And when you go to Patreon, you will see that you receive rewards depending on the tier that you pledge. Speaking of pledges and Patreon and tiers, we're going to go out to our boomerang who wants to come back on. Alex from Australia. who also was at the TBV Appreciation Night. Alex, what's going on?
Hey boys, not much. Look, I just wanted to quickly comment on. I can't believe Jose's calling out MD. Look, MD, love you, love Jose. Met him the other night, but look, let's face it. Matt was about 10 weight divisions lower than you. I don't think you can pull that Golovkin shit, man. I love that fight. Look, straight up, when you said, I won't give too much away because it's Patreon only, but when you said, when Ness said something, when let's just say.
No, yo sé que tú me amas, no sé por qué lo niegas, tú sola te engañas, y aunque digas que no, yo sé que tú me amas, no sé por qué lo niegas, tú sola te engañas.
Man, that was long, but yeah.
What the fuck was that?
I don't think you can pull that Golovkin shit on Jose, man.
You think I would do that?
Again,
you really think I would do that? The truth is, right, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to spoil it. But the truth is that I saw him hit pads, right? I saw him hit pads. And she's actually here. You could even interview her if you want to. My girlfriend, I go, there's literally nothing he could do to impact this face. So I don't give a fuck. And I went in that way. You really think I would do that against somebody who's bigger than me? Like, come on, man, let's keep it real. So whatever you say, whatever. And Jose may be way more than me, but like, let's keep it real. Like, has Jose ever boxed before? Has Jose, like, stop. Listen, like, this is not time for ever to be a tough guy. It just sounds ridiculous that everybody's trying to fight. I don't call out Doomsday Alex, right? Alex is bigger than me. He boxes more than me, and he would beat me in a fight. I admit that on air. I'm not too egotistical to admit that, but I would spar him for fun, but I wouldn't fight him like at an anger or like to challenge him. Because I know he would beat me for 100%, or he would likely beat me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm realistic. I'm a reasonable person, and that's all I have to say.
Definitely understand. Can't get his take. Skype crashed. So we're going to reopen it and get to him. We have plenty of other callers. Like 318, you're up. First-time caller. Where you calling in from?
What's happening, Miss baby? This inner circle from Louisiana.
Oh, man, it's been a minute. What's going on?
Yeah, for sure. Nothing much, man. Just want to give my take on it. I had Thurman winning, man, 8-4. I watched it 3 times. You know what I'm saying? And I gave Danny maybe one more. You know what I'm saying? 7-5 at best. I mean, Keith did what he wanted to do, man, and dictated the pace of the fight. Danny didn't do anything to change that. I mean, Keith landed the cleaner shots to me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he landed everything that you can throw. He landed a couple of beautiful uppercuts ain't nobody talked about. You know what I'm saying? It was close. It was close. I think the people that wanted Danny to win saw Danny winning, and the people that wanted, you know what I'm saying, Thurman to win saw Thurman winning. I lost $300 on this fight. I was pulling for Danny, but I saw Thurman.
Yo, were you the dude that bet your wedding? No, that's not you, right? To bet the engagement ring?
No, not at all.
He took the biggest L of the weekend, right?
But nah, I think, man, I mean, Thurman pulled a Floyd, man. You know what I'm saying? Floyd won most of his fights boxing just like that. Boxing smart. He took all Danny's, you know what I'm saying, weapons away.
You know, it's so funny. Everyone is
work to the body.
It's so funny. Everyone is saying Thurman did a Floyd, or they're calling him, oh, he ran like Floyd at run time. I just keep repeating. Remember, many years ago, it's on that record. I said that he will be the closest thing to Floyd. You'll see. I know MD already said, like, oh, you know, he didn't impress. His stock didn't rise. I still think other guys will give him good fights. You're right. They all might give him hope.
I said that from
MD. Yep. They all might give him good fights, but he will prevail.
I said that because I know how cruel. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I said that 1 second. I said that because I'm a Keith Thurman fan, and I want him to be respected. I said that because I know that Keith Thurman, for some reason, his personality is not transcending because with certain communities or whatever. And I know that his fighting style is not pleasing some people. That's unfortunate.
No,
and
the actual words were his style can be beaten.
Who said? I said that?
Yes, today.
The way he fought, the way he fought the way he fought Danny Garcia last night, he could be beaten. But again, maybe he would fight differently and adjust differently. Of course, like he's not. I wouldn't like think I would not favor him as much against certain fighters in that division because I don't have Danny Garcia as the second base welterweight in the world, obviously. But let's take the next caller.
All right, in a circle, we're gonna go. We might as well start calling him an alumni now, but for sure, you can call him 2017's Gypsy. Well, 2017 TBV's Gypsy King. Info Joe, ladies and gentlemen, from Los Angeles.
Mr. Info Joe.
This portion of the show we call Get to Know, presented by my brother.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? I'm a little hoarse right now. What's happening, Boxing Voice fam?
Yo, you know what's funny?
You know?
Everybody that was at the appreciation night is hoarse. That's funny.
Hey, man, that shows we had a great time. Let me just delve into that, y'all. Those who haven't came out or did come out, Ness put a lot of work into this. It was a packed house. We had boxing live on the big screen on the wall with the music going. We had big drinks going, spilling, laughing. We had boxing going on in the bathroom on the screen, on the computer in the screens in the bathroom. And I just want to say, man, all those that I would be I'm just going to say everyone that came out, all my family, from my brothers, my
Info, get by a window, baby. We losing you bad. We lost you a long time ago. You sound like R2D2.
How do I sound now, brother?
Yeah, you're good.
Better?
You're good. Yes, sir.
No, I just wanted to say, man, it would be disrespectful for me to forget somebody's name. I just want to say to everyone that showed up to the appreciation night, you are my brothers. I love you all. You are my family, and if you ever in LA, I got your back like a backpack. It was a great time. We had a great party. It was packed. We had drinks spilling. We had music going. It was boxing utopia at its best. I know I said that before, but it is the truth. We went to the fight together. We had an after party where we got more drunk, we stayed out to 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, both nights, just partying, just the Boxing Voice family. If you didn't come out, you got to come out next time. It was the bomb. And I just want to say I love all of the Boxing Voice family. And I appreciate you, Ness, for putting this together for us. I appreciate my award. To all the callers and all the listeners, I appreciate y'all, respect all of y'all opinions. I appreciate the Boxing Voice, man. From me to you, one love. Ness and MD, Casual, everybody in the background that's helping you put this together. I appreciate it, my brother. And I want to say now, back to the fight. I scored the fight. It could be 8-4 Thurman, or it was a couple of swing rounds, 7-5. But it was not a close fight like Kovalev and Ward, where it was like I wasn't mad at the person that picked Kovalev to win. You know what I'm saying? I picked Ward for that. It was not that close of a fight, in my opinion. It was a clean win for Thurman, hands down. And I just want to say, man, that's my call. Hit those thumbs up. Become a Patreon. You're listening to the #1 podcast. Globally, the voice of the people. There is no equal. What up, MD?
Before you go, everybody needs to know how was that vodka that sponsored the party? Let's hear about that.
That's fucking right. We got listen.
Hey, man. I'm a fan of effing vodka right now. I appreciate effing vodka, man. We drunk effing vodka. Well, we had all kind of drinks, man. But effing vodka, man, I drunk effing vodka all night long. We had plenty of trees to make your eyes bleed, too. For those who were there, I know you're laughing right now. Hey, man, I love y'all. Much love from above, always. I got your back like a backpack. If you're ever in L.A., any Boxing Voice family, I got your back, brother.
All right, brother. I want to thank you, Info Joe, for coming out again. This is Info Joe's third time, making him TBV's 2017 Gypsy King, for traveling everywhere TBV has an event, for being part of the family on Patreon, for being a supporter of the show, for being a caller of this show, for just being Info Joe. And there isn't a show truly without Info Joe. Listen, Joe, man, you already know. Brother from another mother, man. We're going to go to Blind Man Brad. Blind Man Brad, talk to me.
Hey, man, you got my name right. How you doing, buddy?
We're good, brother. Having a fantastic show, man. Thank you for calling in. Talk to us, man. How did you see this weekend's fights, or how did you see the main event between Thurman and Garcia?
Well, actually, I wanted to call in and say, man, I appreciate this podcast very much. I always enjoy listening. Obviously, I'm a blind man, but I always get something new from you guys, and I appreciate BoxingMD. He has a lot of good insight, and so do the rest. I really enjoy Mario. He's a good addition. I mean, I've only been listening since September, so definitely, yeah. But Keith Thurman, good pick, obviously, and that's all I got to say.
Actually, wait, let me ask you a question, because sometimes people and we do it sometimes because we get into debates and we often get into things that are entertaining, but just I guess extraneous information. Would you appreciate it, and would some other callers appreciate it, if we kind of break down fights a little more, I guess, in detail, round by round? Because I think sometimes we have so many things to talk about that we often don't do that. Would that be something that you would appreciate as someone who is not able to necessarily see the fights themselves?
Well, yeah, especially, I mean, honestly, I've been blind for the last 2 years of a condition that I suffer from birth, but that's a great thing to offer. I mean, if at all possible. Matthew's a very good guy too, and obviously Ness is the man for making it happen. I mean, I appreciate all you guys.
Brad, man, I appreciate you, man. I hope that you could get the word out to other folks that are interested in boxing, that may be in your community. This is definitely the place to be for discussing previews and reviews, and obviously voicing your opinion the way you're getting a chance to do. I want to thank you for participating on the show. Thanks again. We're going to get back out to our international caller. Let's see if he's got a better connection. We're going to go to Stuart in the UK. Are you there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Oh, we hear you now, baby.
Yeah, my bloody audio settings went on to default. I don't know what happened there, mate.
No worries. You sound great now, man. How'd you see these fights? I know you had it on Box Nation over there.
Yeah, I mean, Thurman Garcia was horrible, wasn't it? Let's be real. I mean, I'm a big Keith Thurman fan myself. Big fan of Keith Thurman. I think he gets a lot of hate. And, it's a shame, really, because you've got a guy who's a unified champion that gets hate. But you got people like Errol Spence that's never won anything, never beat anybody. Yeah, he's the hero of America. He's the next coming of Jesus of Nazareth. I mean, it's a shame, really. But look, like I said, with Danny Garcia, it is what it is with Garcia. He's a very basic fighter. He's a tough guy, he's strong, and his chin has kept him in a lot of fights. But if you look back at his career, he's got some very good wins, but he's had some very dodgy decisions. I mean, Peterson, as soon as Peterson started walking forward and throwing his hands, he was all over the place. Zab Judah had him all over the place when he got a bit of belief and started throwing his hands. I think Danny's the sort of fighter. He's all right if you've got. He's all right if you're like fighting at his pace, so he can counter punch you all night. He doesn't throw many punches. I mean, it's just.
And Stu, don't you also believe that he enjoyed a substantial weight advantage over a lot of these opponents?
Say again.
He used his size, because he had a substantial weight advantage against a lot of his opponents.
Danny Garcia?
Of course.
Yeah, he's very like Broner. He's just very like Broner. I think he's better than Broner, don't get me wrong, but he's very like Broner, where he doesn't throw his hands as much as he should. He's a fake rapper. He talks a good game, He's another Broner. I've never been a massive fan of Garcia. I respect that what he's done in the game because he's he's got some good wins on his resume, but he's never really impressed me. And it was no shock to me that Keith Thurman come through and did the job. I think he's a better fighter. I think Garcia is a top welterweight, but he's just not good enough to beat the real top boys.
Lubin, what do you think about Lubin?
Didn't see it, mate. I didn't see it. I know David Hayes finished, that's for sure. I mean,
yeah, Stu, I think you should watch Lubin fight because I think that you would like him. You would like the way he fights. A good fighter.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a look at him. But David Hayes finished. I mean, problem with David Hay, I tell a lot of people this. David Hay, the way he was built, he's not built for speed. When you put loads of muscle on like that, you become very slow and robotic. We've seen it time and time again with fighters. I mean, if you look at a lot of the great heavyweights, Muhammad Ali, he wasn't a real muscly guy, but he just had all the speed in the world. You lose a lot of speed when you're pumping a lot of fucking muscle on. And David Hay, I mean, fucking too top heavy. No wonder his Achilles snapped. Look at the fucking top weight he was carrying. I mean, his punches were slow and robotic. It was a horrible performance.
Yeah, his traps were looking right, though.
I mean, yeah, it's good if you want to go. It's good.
Boomerang status, Stu. Get your boomerang status on. I want to go to KM Star. KM Star, please tell me you're not Ken. Tell me you're not Ken, who was at the TBV appreciation night. KM Star.
Yeah.
You're on speaker. Please get off speaker. Please get off speaker. About to get this gunshot.
Okay, hold on a second.
Don't hang up, bro, because you'll be off if you hang up. Don't hang up. Be careful. It's like Mission Impossible touching them buttons right now.
Yeah, no. Yeah, can you hear me?
I hear you. Are you Ken?
Hello?
Are you Ken?
Okay, good. I am.
Oh, my God. I sent you an email telling you needed to send me your number so I know to put you as a ringer. You're a freaking ringer, bro. You're waiting there like 2 hours.
I know. But it's so funny. I actually responded. I tried to respond to the Patreon chat you sent me asking for my number. I couldn't figure out how to do it. I'm technologically challenged.
Oh,
but man. I don't mind. I actually enjoyed listening to the show. This was a great show. I was at the fight too, but after hanging out at appreciation night, I couldn't hang for another night. I don't know how you guys do it.
Yeah, man. We I mean, because look, we only get to see you guys. It's like once in a lifetime for me, man. I mean, I got to meet Amin. I mean, obviously it's my second time now seeing you, but just so many people. So yeah, I got to listen. I had to drive 2 people to Queens, then drive back to listen, the fight is in Brooklyn. I drove them to Queens, then drove back to New Jersey. Me and my girl didn't get home till like 5:56. But it was all worth it, bro.
Oh, no,
all worth it, man. I mean, you guys, listen,
well,
without you guys, there is no me,
yeah.
man. Without you guys, there is no me. So I just appreciate every last one of you. It was a pleasure hanging out with
you. Without you and your crew, there is no platform. I mean, we all enjoy each other's, call-ins, company. I got to see firsthand how hard you guys work to put everything together. So we definitely thank you for all your effort. You pretty much have a whole community here, and it's based on hard work. So, thank you once again. Let me just quickly speak about the fight, actually. I went in picking Keith Thurman. I definitely think he won the fight. It's not really questionable in my mind. I saw that live, and I saw it again this morning, on the broadcast. And on the broadcast, you can see the areas that Danny did some good things, punches that you didn't really see from ringside. But it's funny, I was hoping for so much more out of this fight. I really wanted the winner of this fight to help me establish who was going to be that guy, in the welterweight division. And now I feel like I have to look at the Brooke Errol Stuntz fight to know who that's going to be. This fight didn't make up, didn't change anything for me. I just feel like I saw 2 good welterweights fight. I knew that Keith's legs were going to be the reason that he was going to be able to win. And Danny missing over the top like that, he just looked so awkward. He couldn't land that right hand. I have no idea why his father didn't tell him to just stop aiming for the head. Keith keeps ducking under your punches. Just aim for the shoulders every single time. You probably touch him. But that's neither here nor there. I think now it's still up in the air. I don't even see any of these guys that I could say, oh yeah, they could for sure.
Quickly, caller, can I explain that to you really quickly? Why Danny Garcia didn't throw punches? Did you see the first 3 rounds?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did you see the first 3 rounds?
You mean when he was? I saw the whole fight. Yeah.
Yeah. That power. Ever since he threw a lot of punches in the first round, he felt that power. Oh, Ken, he felt that power, and then his hands were in his pocket. I don't, that to me that was kind of obvious, but I don't know. Like, did you pick that up as well?
Let me say something. Well, I don't know how obvious it is to everybody. I agree with what you said. He got touched, and obviously that affected the fight for both fighters. Keep in mind, though, Danny started off those first few rounds trying to counterpunch, letting Keith come to him. He ended the fight going forward. So if Keith Thurman carried that power to the end of the fight, he definitely wouldn't have been doing that, right? So as much as I agree with you, I still felt like something was absent. Think about that.
And I think that
rounds he got really badly hurt.
I think that Keith Thurman's team was more worried about capturing a W than putting on a show for the fans, and he listened to his corner to a T, Dan Birmingham to a T. So people could be a little less positive about that fight, but at least from a boxing fan's perspective, it was a wonderful, game plan.
I can't argue with you. He got the W, and he did what he needed to do to get the W, and he had enough rounds in the bag to do it. So, I'm just saying, like, in terms of inspiring fans, I love Keith Thurman. I love watching his interviews, the way he speaks, but something was just slightly missing there. And everyone keeps saying he looks like, like a Floyd Mayweather. But I don't think that right now, today, after having a Floyd Mayweather, that's what we want. I don't think we actually want another Floyd Mayweather. You know who I want to see? I want to see another Tito Trinidad right now.
Yeah, his personality is nothing like Floyd.
Like boxing. I mean,
wait a minute, Ken. Come on. They're saying that he's like Mayweather in the sense that he uses the legs, but he is, and I know I'll get killed for it, and probably teams will disown me now, but he's better than Mayweather in the sense that he's going for the fucking kill. Like, he's first round in 2 elite level fights. He tried to knock his opponent and almost got the knockout in both fights, in both first rounds. And then after that, continuously to goes for, these guys just have good chin. This is the elite level. You're not going to knock out top level fighters. They their will, their pride is on the line. They're going to do everything in their power not to go down or go to sleep unless you sleep them.
And to Mayweather's defense, Mayweather started his boxing career much lighter than welterweight. Yeah, so I mean, that's to his defense.
But Ken, you are a ringer, which doesn't give you extended time. It makes you cut the line, and I did give you more than your round, being as though you waited longer than you should.
Yeah. And thanks for waiting around, Ken. We appreciate your call.
Definitely, I appreciate meeting you, obviously, and for the second time, because he was at the first appreciation night. That's how long he's been around, and he's been. I mean, Ken, you've been there forever, man. I appreciate you. Just like every other caller, please be patient with us. You obviously know I'm going to do overtime. I understand this is a big fight. We're going to get to everyone. I see you all there. I'll just shout you out so that you don't give up. We're going next to Carmelo, but Marcus, you're there. Someone in Las Vegas, some people in New York City with the 718, some Jay from Orlando. I see you. Hurricane Ray, you're there. Oh my God, Monster Piece. We got to cut Monster Piece. She brings you the top-notch interviews, and she's Patreon, and she's producer, and she's, the shit.
I'm a motherfucking monster.
Hello, please excuse my soreness, but I also lost my voice.
Damn, this sounds like a sweeter version of you.
Did you guys all do something a little rated not G? That y'all got?
Hell yeah, it was fucking rated R last night, baby.
You guys are sharing some type of germs. I don't know. I'm saying.
We had a great time. That's what we had. The horse voice is called Great Time Voice.
It's messing with you.
Oh, hell yeah. We had a fantastic time. It was a beautiful night. I met everybody. That's everybody. And not only that, ladies and gentlemen, despite of my many years of watching boxing, it was my first fight. And it was a Danny Garcia versus Keith Thurman. So I couldn't be more excited to break down this experience. I loved it. I loved the fact that Thurman won. A lot of people are upset. Oh, well, that's your loss. Go write about it in your diary. I don't give a fuck how you feel. Thurman won that fight. You can say, oh, he was running. You can say he was running all the fuck you want, but at the end of the day, what do you expect the man to do? Stand there and wait for this guy to turn him so he can land his captain hook? Get the fuck out of here. He's gonna move around. He's gonna use that to his advantage, because some of y'all forgetting the Herrera fight. And some of y'all forgetting the Lamont Peterson fight. And you're still running with Danny as though this guy is this god. I don't think Thurman is the god at 147. I don't think Garcia is the god at 147. But Thurman was the man to beat Garcia. And I said that the only way Thurman was going to lose that fight was if he made a mistake. I thought he was going to do that in that first round. I was like, oh, my God, he's going to fight like that throughout the whole fight. And that's it. It's going to be lights out. But no, he didn't. And people expected the entire fight to be like that first round. That's not how it works. Not with a guy like Garcia. With a guy like Garcia, you got to use his weakness against him, and that is the fact that he can't fight guys like Keith Thurman. He can't fight guys with lateral movement that can move out of the way, that are faster than him. So why the fuck will Keith Thurman stand there and brawl with him? Why? Why would you guys think that? It's stupid, and it shows that you guys don't know shit about boxing. That's coming from a girl. So,
And Monster. See, the thing is, I think Keith did make a few mistakes, and Danny did land that left hook, and Keith took it.
He did. He took it. He did. But okay. But let's see. But what I'm trying to tell you is, had he continued that the entire fight, like drop his guard, stop moving, continue to do that, he switched it up because he knew that he needed to fight awkward. He needed to be weird with Garcia in there.
Yeah,
he wasn't consistent, is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly, and no, I think they're mad that Keith that Keith didn't give Danny opportunities to knock him out. That's what. Yeah, I agree with you. Like
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, should Floyd Mayweather put his hands down GGG style against Canelo? No, he boxed.
No, of course not. He boxed the shit out of Canelo. You know what I mean? That's what you do. And other people are saying, oh, he was coming forward and Keith Thurman was running. He wasn't coming forward. He was chasing. There was very few times where he was actually coming forward. But I'm not going to shit all over Garcia. I also like him. But I'm saying, though, you know, Garcia has some good things that he did in there, especially with his body moving out of the way, making Thurman miss some of those punches. So, yeah, he was doing some good things. But at the end of the day, Thurman has the upper edge. And we got to respect the man for that. Stop shitting on him just because you feel like he was running. That's not right. But anyways, I had a great time last night. A quick shout out to Front Gully, Leslie, Becky, Carmen, Ness. Your girl is amazing. Her friend is amazing. Lucy, I think she's awesome, man. Shout out to her. Shout out to everybody. Info Joe, to all the award winners. Jeremy, Amber Kuntz. She was there as well, so shout out to her. We had such a great time. We hoping that you guys will join us again next year. Definitely check us out on Instagram, on Facebook, here on YouTube. We put in the hard work for you guys. I might even try to get in Erickson Lubin, right, Ness? Try to get him in now that he won.
Hell yeah, we got to get Lubin on. You know, it's actually a few
Hell
people.
Yeah.
Few people, you know, we got to get Sam Eggington on. We didn't talk to him, but we got to get Sam Eggington now that he beat Malignaggi, and we should set that up. I got a contact with him, but man, Monster, as always,
definitely
beautiful seeing
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Shout out to Mick
Beautiful
Gomez, my boy.
Thank you.
Yo, did you see Paulie? Did you see Paulie land that 20-piece combination and he couldn't crack the egg?
Nah, man. I mean, I did see the 20-piece combination, but it is what it is, right? Paulie, he's still a legend, man. Not a legend, but he's a legend. Listen, Monster Piece.
I've never seen someone with that has a quote unquote, to a casuals, an unexciting style excite more people outside the ring. So
everyone is here, all right? I just wanted to I want to let everyone know. BJ, I see you. Joey, Mr. Yes, Sir, GT Kid, you know, someone in the 914-347, Patrick, probably Patrick that calls in. I see you. Patrick that was at the TBV Appreciation Night second time. 702, I see you. We're going down the line, all right? We left off. It's Carmelo in Chicago, right? We got to get to. Mello, what up?
What up? All right. Let me get that crow for hey, man. Good upset.
All right. You know,
I
right
believe
before,
he
I'm
was
going to
hurt.
start this clock over. I want to say, I just want to say, we spoke about Leslie's call. That was pretty good call for Monster Piece, kind of having her own sense of redemption there, because she was 2016 caller of the year, but that was a pretty good call.
I give myself credit. I put the fire underneath their ass. You know what I'm saying?
You did, but Leslie did too, having a great call.
I know.
Said, let's get back to Carmelo. I'm starting the clock.
Get that crow for hey, like I said before. And that was a good display of toughness on his behalf to still fighting. But I believe he knew he was hurt or something was going on before he fought. But he gutted it out. Good win for Tony Bellew. Lubin looked good as I expected, man. That was a highlight reel knockout. Some reminiscent of Cornell Winnick, Roy Jones. That looked good. I think before he fight Charlo, he might need 2 more fights though. Might need to wait till next year. Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia, man, the main event. Keith came out aggressive and got his respect, and he hurt him twice in that first round and in the second round. The first round, he hit him with the right hand, swung his head back, had Danny backing up. In the second round, he had him doubled over. I think it was a left hook or another right hand. Got his respect again. And then the smart thing about it is Keith knew he still was strong. He knew Danny still was strong because Danny was countering to the body. He came back in round 4 and 5 and round 6. I believe in. Even Dan said he's still strong. Box him. Use your feet. Be smart. Be smart. And that's what Keith did. I think he did let off the gas in those last 2 to 3 rounds, but he still won the fight. 8-4. I'm gonna give it to Keith Thurman. He could have been a little more aggressive. I think going into the third round. I think he took out the. I think he took when he started boxing a little bit more. He took some of them rounds off just to get a little rest. To go. What MD was saying, I don't think that he was hurting him to the point, MD, to where he was gun shy and scared to throw punches. I think he hurt him enough to make him get his respect. But I think the punch count and what you were alluding to was more based on his movement rather than he was scared to throw because he was scared of getting countered and getting hurt back. That's my call. Shout out BoxingVoice.
All right, brother. Well, thank you for calling in, and thank you for holding, Mello. Do appreciate everyone hanging with us. I know it's been a long wait, but there are dozens of callers as you see me getting to them. Speaking of callers, there are a lot of you. There are some that are good, some better than others, some that stand out, some that are alumni, some that have intros, some that don't. But Marcus has made an impact on TBV, and he is 2017 caller of the year. Is it prospect, Marcus? I don't know. What I'm sorry. I got no producer here. I'm flying solo today. Matt's in travel. Steven's working.
What's good, y'all? Yeah, BoxingVoice. Yeah, it was prospect. You hear me? Let me get my crow real quick for Danny Garcia and Thurman.
Before I even get to that, I just want to tell everybody, you don't even know who this guy is. I mean, yo, Marcus is bigger than me. I'm 6'5". Marcus, how tall are you? Like 6'7", man.
Now I'm like 6'5.5".
Man, hell no. Then that means I'm lying about my.
295.
That means I'm lying about my height, and I am not lying. Okay, you are big, bro. And and like I said, big in shape, Marcus. Man, listen, y'all better watch yourselves with Big Marcus.
Yo, man, shout out, man. I had a great time at the party, man. Me, Stainless, Amin, Monster, Adam, Alice from Australia, Fern Gully, and the list goes on, man. My man, Steve Willis, man, we was in there cracking the fuck up, y'all. We was dying, yo. He was talking some real shit, too. We're going to talk about that on the later show. Real quick, I want to say a couple things. One, I thought Danny would win because I thought it was only one way that Thurman could win, but I told everybody who was there that was the way that Thurman fought was the only way that he can beat him, and he beat him. He stayed disciplined. I thought maybe he would let what Angel said and what Danny did get under his skin, where he would stay in exchanges longer, and he didn't. To his credit, he's smart. He fought intelligently. I think what people have a problem with it, not just the people who like Danny, but it just looked like he didn't take an opportunity to make himself be considered great. If you saw Ray Leonard and all the people that were talking about what a unification is and them being two undefeated fighters and what those belts, what other welterweights to touch those belts, it just didn't seem like he didn't take the opportunity to really show that he's the best welterweight in the world. I didn't come out of the fight feeling like he's the best welterweight. I just felt like he beat Danny Garcia. I think part of the other part with Keith Thurman, and especially when Mayweather first retired in the PBC, he just comes across very inauthentic. And I don't necessarily mean like in his hobbies and his philosophy. I just think when he's interviewing, he say, yes, coming on in, the one time was knockout. It just sounds inauthentic. It sounds too rehearsed. The problem I think other people have is that he criticized Floyd for doing what he did. He says, yo, when I'm coming in, it's going to be knockouts. I look for knockouts and this. Yo, there's nothing wrong with how he fought. But it's only something wrong with how you fought if you're telling everybody, I wouldn't fight like that. When people fight like that, they ballerinas. That's where the criticism comes in. Not because it's not great boxing. It was great boxing. But then just shut up and box. Don't tell people otherwise. Just do what you do when you get in there. And I think that he'll come across more authentic then, and maybe that will happen. I think the caller stole it earlier. I think Danny and Colosso on Puerto Rican Day. I think Thurman shouldn't wait to have a fight before Brook and Spence finish. I think he should fight either Lamont or Jesse Vargas or Saddam Ali for a touch-up down there. And then at MD, when you had asked one time before, you said you had got offended because I said something about Trumpisms. When you spit stuff like, oh, if you go down there with Wilder, you're going to get jumped, or when they talked about with Wilder's girl and you said the word ghetto, those are key words for Trumpisms. You're speaking on something you don't know about, and you're perpetuating it to the masses as a truth. And when you do that, especially when it's along racial guidelines, when you say ghetto, that's a key word for who you're talking about, you're perpetuating it as Trump-like. So think about that before you say something, because you tell.
Wait. I had to step away.
Hold on.
Wait, one second. Did I call Wilder's girl ghetto, or is that Ness? Did I call Wilder's girl ghetto, or is that Ness? Did I call Wilder's girl ghetto?
Let me finish, because you get the.
Oh, I could step in right now, Marcus, and be the dickhead and be like, yo, that's your 3-minute round.
Oh, wait, Ness, did I call Wilder's girl ghetto? Have I ever called anybody ghetto? Honestly.
No, I don't know if you called anyone ghetto, MD. What I can, I guess the word is attest to, is that you did not call Wilder's. Oh, I don't know, though. I don't know.
Nope.
Wait, MD. He could be talking about a totally different show.
His girl? Whenever I ever talked about Wilder's girl.
Wait. He could be talking about a totally different show from the show that that you and I are thinking of when we did speak about someone's girlfriend being ghetto.
And that was not me. That was you. You made a mistake. You admit that you made a mistake. Or I don't want to bring up something whatever. But the fact is that I've never called Wilder's girl ghetto. So
well, I don't know that. He could be talking about something else. I am gonna give him a courtesy good show. You won an award for being a great caller, boomerang status, to debate you.
He always brings up this like Trumpism shit. He assumes something else, and like he comes with an agenda. I'm calling it how I see it. His agenda is because he's the one that brings up all this and all this bullshit. And honestly, like you need to listen to my motherfucking words before you assume something. So again, I do know what I'm fucking talking about, and you don't know what you're talking about because you don't listen.
Marcus, let's keep it let's keep it clean.
Well, let's keep it factual. That's a better thing. Keep it factual. We don't need to keep it clean. Call me anything you want to. Just don't say something I didn't say.
Show, MD, from a previous show, you said the word ghetto out your mouth. Now, don't make me go.
I used the word thug. Listen
what I'm telling you, though. When you asked on that show, you got offended and jumped in when I said Trumpism. I said you sounded very Trump-like. It was said before because you were talking about something along racial guidelines that you had no understanding about because you didn't have the information. You were listening to it, and it's fine to listen and interpret what somebody says, but then don't perpetuate it with your platform because then it goes out to the masses as a truth. That's all I was telling you. Just like you say when callers call in about boxing, is that you say, base it on facts, right? So when you say something, understand what the position you're in. Base it on facts. Because you said that at the tail end of one show, and I wanted to say something to you. I didn't want to take it to Twitter. I wanted to say it to you.
You understand what I'm saying? But Thurman won the fight. Good fight. He needs to step his game up and close the show if he wants to show himself as the best welterweight, and that's my call. And
wait, Ness, can you give him a few seconds? Can you explain something to me that I'm misinforming or misinfecting? Ness, can you give me a few seconds? Because I just want to know, right? Because I'm learning as a human being. What do I say that's wrong or perpetuating or using my platform to push an agenda?
All right. I'm about to tell you why. I don't have an agenda. I'm very unbiased. The first thing you said earlier about somebody going down to a Wilder thing was that they were going to get punched up. But clearly, Nestor told you that, MD, you don't have any proof of that. You just heard somebody else. So right there, because of your platform, because you don't get 3 minutes, because you get to go through the whole 4-hour show and say what you want, you are perpetuating something about Wilder that may be untrue. So you're being irresponsible when you do that from a media standpoint. You're being irresponsible.
But do we not have the trainer on? Who said that? Am I making this up?
Ask me a question. Let me answer your question.
Okay.
When you refer to people in the inner city, in an urban environment as thug or ghetto, you are perpetuating the shit that you say you don't like, which is you're talking out of both sides of your mouth when you do that. So be more racially conscious about what you talk about amongst anybody, not just amongst Wilder and his people. You should do that amongst anybody because you'd be the same.
I just don't see where I criticize someone's actions, right? I criticize someone's actions and people get so offended by that, right? I think people need to actually be less sensitive to I guess their own sensitivities, because I criticize people's actions. That's all I do. And you guys could take it any way you want to, but I mean, again, my words are my words and I stand by everything I say. If it offends you, then you could come back and say it offended you, but it is what it is.
I'm wondering if we've been on so long they cut us. Let me see. I want to go back to KM just to check. KM, you there? They might have cut us on Blog Talk, ladies and gentlemen. We ran too long. That would suck. There were so many people there. Joey in Indiana. Joey? Ooh, that might hurt. Well, we're going to go out to international. Someone that I had the pleasure of meeting for the first time, which is really something I could have never fathomed for sure. Never would have thought I would have met someone, that I've been talking to for years or corresponding with for years from another country. Muhammad and Coach Mitty are both on. Mitty, you're up first. I mean, thank you for coming all the way from the UK. I believe that was your girlfriend. I mean, pleasure meeting you and her. I mean, talking with you, hanging out, the fight, after the fight, everything is just, thank you so much, brother. Thank you for being on the line, obviously. And thank you for re-signing up to Patreon after this week.
Hello, Nestor, you heard me?
Yeah, Muhammad, let me get to Coach Mitty. He's up first. Then I'll get to you. Mitty, you there?
Yeah, that's my boy. Hey, Muhammad and Nes, I don't know if you can hear me. The connection seems to be bad in the hotel.
No, man, I hear you fine.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no, thank you for having us. Like that was a good party, and I'm as grateful as you are to be meeting like the people that we listen to all the time. Definitely all those opinions are valued, and it's very good to put like a face to the voices, right? Marcus, Mohammed, and like Fern Gully, everyone out there, Alex from Australia making the long trip. So, that was really, really good. And, having their perspective face to face is something else. And, you get to appreciate their point of view. Like people like Jay from Orlando with lots of knowledge about boxing, JD. I really like those guys. And, it was good to hang out with you guys, man.
And the pleasure was all mine, man. Seeing all of you there. It was like one gigantic podcast. It was amazing, man.
Yeah, as for the fight itself, I told you on the immediate reaction, I thought like Thurman won it, and he did very well. He came out aggressive, like everyone said. Like the first 3 rounds were his, and then after that he decided to box smart. I don't know if he was hurt or if he felt the power, but anyway, he did what he had to do, and he won the fight clearly, right? So that's good. The one fight that I really like though on the undercard, and I'm really surprised that like no one mentioned that or talks about it so much. Like it's the Fonfara versus Chad Dawson. It was good, man. It was like a boxer versus the guy that was putting the pressure, that was getting frustrated at times. Chad Dawson was giving him the work, but then Fonfara stayed patient and got him in the late rounds, right? So that was a good stoppage. And that was a good matchup stylistically as well. So that was my fight of the night, by the way.
Yeah, no, I definitely spoke about that one. But Dawson just didn't seem there. His face didn't look the same. I mean, he seemed a little slower.
I mean, the first 6 rounds. The first 6 rounds, he had him, right? He was boxing, he was making Fonfara miss a lot, and it was good. But then, like from the round 6 onwards, I don't know if it was tiredness or anything. Fonfara was getting into the fight slowly, and it seems like Dawson could have hurt him, and he got hurt in the end. So that was it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he didn't seem like he would ever hurt Fonfara. I don't know. Even though he was looking good, he just didn't seem himself. I felt even his face, he looked a little fat in the face. I don't know, man.
I mean, I don't know if it's Virgil Hunter as well in Fonfara's corner, just like, telling him to be patient and just sticking to a game plan and just coming on strong in the end. But whatever happened there, it seems like that's working between the two of them.
No, definitely, man. But once again, Coach, thank you for coming out, making this trip. Thank you for making it a memorable weekend for sure. And, having the pleasure of meeting you and your lovely girlfriend and or wife, I'm not sure. But going to get to some other callers here. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, you know how Skype is. Excuse me, not Skype. But Blog Talk is inconsistent. So you want to go ahead and add Nestor Gibbs on Skype. Blog Talk has officially cut you guys off. But remember, we're working on almost 4 hours of podcast now. That's usually what happens with the, live feed. Let me get to Muhammad, who came to this fight, MD, from West Africa. He had royal treatment. I mean, Enrique picked. I mean, you know what? Let him tell you, but this guy really got the TBV experience. He didn't go to TBV appreciation night. He earned the TBV experience. Muhammad, talk to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. First of all, you took me to Gleason's, and I had, media access, and I'm not media, so big up for that, man. I'm so thankful for that. I did appreciate it. That right there made my trip. And then, of course, we had the party, which is like a big family, man. I expected, people to be nice, but I didn't expect them to be this nice. I felt like I've known them guys all my life, and we had a great time. The party was set, by the way. So props to you and Enrique. And then yesterday, you gave me the address for the weigh-in, which they changed out the last minute. I went there. I met a bunch of people. Met Virgil Hunter. I met everybody. And yesterday, Enrique took me to the Barclays, and we drove by the Brooklyn Bridge, listened to some music. It was really nice, man. I don't know what to say, man. You guys are my brothers, man. I cannot thank you enough for everything that you did. Then we had fun after the fight. Did you tell them about the blonde man?
What happened? Did I tell them about the what?
The blind man that you
Oh my God. Yeah, I know. I posted it.
I'm gonna check it out later on. I know, man. You should have seen your face, man, when you realized he was blind.
I had no clue. I was just trying to get everyone's reaction to make the best immediate reaction video, and then I fucking put the camera in a blind guy's face. And MD, how yo, I didn't know where to put my face, bro. I turned to this guy and I'm like, so how'd you see the fight? And when I looked down, he has fucking cane for a blind man. I'm like,
I mean, to be honest, that's way more offensive than anything that I've ever said.
Yeah, but it was genuinely a mistake, bro.
No, I feel you.
Yo, I was like going, with gyro in hand, going from person to person in the Barclays, just getting their reactions, you know, and it was like, boom, I fucking turned on him and like, oh. But no, they
No,
were
it
totally
was-
cool. They were totally cool. They were like, yo, no, don't worry about it. They wanted. I even got his immediate reaction because he listens to boxing often.
And if once you have if you have a condition that you once could see and you hear, it's not really like being born blind. That, you know, it's hard to explain, but it's not like they're not able to feel and see things through other senses. So he has a gauge in what's going on for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me talk about the fight.
Go for it.
Yeah, so I believe Thurman did enough to win because he came out strong the first few rounds, and then he just controlled the rest of the fight. The problem is Danny Garcia didn't have any sense of urgency, and he was just content with what he was doing. I believe if they do a rematch, he will adjust to that. But I heard Angel didn't want a rematch, you know, so I don't know what they're going to do, but they should definitely rematch Thurman, you know. I think he's going to do better in the rematch. That's it, man. And so once again, thank you for everything. I'm leaving tomorrow, going back to the Canary Islands, which is nice and warm, sunny. But I really did appreciate this trip, man. I like New York now much better than I did before. I'm usually a West Coast guy, but this time around, you know, I like New York much better. So thank you for everything. Thank you, Enrique. And what can I say, man? I got royal treatment, man. That's all I can say. That's my call.
All right, Muhammad, thank you for calling in. Go ahead and mute yourself. Let me get you some other callers. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we can only use our bat line, so add Nestor Gibbs on Skype if you want to get your
and
opinion voiced.
It's almost 11 o'clock, and you guys should really hit thumbs up, right? Because
Really. I mean, that's 4 hours hard work. You know, if you appreciate the work we're doing, head on over to Patreon, because I haven't been able to finish my message to the good doctor here, but Patreon is the future of TBV. Believe it. It's going to change the way we do things around here. So for more exclusive content, which I continuously post on Patreon, head on over there. Check out the perks. As you've been hearing some of these callers get to jump the line due to that. Speaking of callers, speaking of guys, I think I got two. I think I got Jay from Orlando, and I definitely know I got JD from Texas. Both were at the event. I believe Jay from Orlando jumped on first. Jay, talk to me.
Yo, what's going on, TV fam? Yo, I want to say, man, thank you guys for everything that you're doing. Thank you guys for like staying on this call for right now. Like, I don't know, this is like the worst call that I've ever had. I've been kicked off 4 times. Blog Talk failed on me. My signal was bad because I called directly when I came from the airport, and I guess I was on some extended network, and then that failed on me, and then I kicked off again, so I keep calling back in. But I appreciate you guys sticking around for this. I appreciate the TBV appreciation night. I got to meet so many different people. I wasn't gonna say nobody's names, but people saying names and stuff, and I feel bad if I didn't shout them back out. Like, yo, Coach Mitty, yo, all the way from originally from France, and he's in down in the UK. It was crazy, yo. It was just crazy. I mean, JD, Jeremy from Atlanta, everybody there, man. So it was just mad love. 2 things that y'all were talking about earlier. Y'all was talking about where Lubin trains at. Lubin trains in Castleberry, Florida now. He's been training there for about like 5-6 months. Jason Glazer just built like a new boxing gym out there.
and that's Orlando. That's Orlando.
Damn, so I'm gonna have to land in that airport next time, because that's like 4 hours from Tampa, right?
No, that's an hour and a half.
Hour 15.
Oh,
well, from St. Pete, it's like an hour and a half. You feel me? All the way out there.
No, from St. Pete. When I put the hotel address to the address Lubin gave me, it was
Well, Castleberry is like way far east of Orlando. It's like it's complicated, but you feel me, Jay?
Yeah, I feel you, son. Yeah. Also too, well, I guess we all was talking about the viewership earlier. Y'all kept saying viewers, but that's the rating number. That 2.2, that's the rating number. That's not the viewership number.
Yeah. The viewership, they estimated to be 2.7 or 2.9. Yeah, I read that.
They haven't. From the reports I saw, they haven't even released that yet. And it's got to be higher than that, because Thurman Porter was at 2.8 or something like that, and they had a 1.8 overnight rating, whereas this had a 2.2 overnight rating. So it has to be higher than 2.7, 2.8.
Yeah, I got to do a little more research on that, but I thought that they said that the Thurman Porter was at like 2.4 million. But again, I got to look that up again. I'm not, you know.
From what I saw, it was overnight. It was the overnight rating, but it looks like it's gonna be high because it was saying it was the number one when it came to basic television. I forgot like the exact word it's used, but you know, for your ABCs, your CBSs, and your NBCs and stuff like that. When it comes to
and Jay, it should be because there's no other major sports going on right now.
Yeah, it was the perfect night to do it. It was the perfect night to do it. Right before March Madness, the NBA doesn't have anything crazy, so it was the perfect night to do it. When it came to the fights, I had it 7-5 for Thurman. I fought when I was at the fight live. It was obviously a pro Danny Garcia crowd, and it was people that were sitting next to me that gave it to Thurman. It just all depends on how open your eyes are. And a lot of people were saying they were disappointed with the fight. I thought like this: you had Class A level fighters in there that were respecting each other's power. And I'll give Danny Garcia credit because I really thought that I didn't think Thurman was going to knock him out, but I thought the possibility was there because I didn't think that Garcia was a true 147. To me, he's a true 147 because he went in there and he didn't get knocked down. He didn't get stopped. And not a lot of people can say that when they go against Thurman. You know, a lot of people can say that they actually stood in there and went actual 12 rounds and get knocked down, getting stopped. I will say this, though. If you do not see Thurman winning, I would just say, man, just rewatch that fight and just see it with open eyes. Erickson Lubin did his thing. We got the same medal. That's hot as hell. MD, man, they gave his WBC medal out at the TBV Appreciation Night. It was crazy. It ended up being the same medal that Erickson Lubin had. So that WBC medal is in Orlando. We come for all them belts.
That's right, Jay. You know, I went back and watched that fight with Lubin and seen the medal. And that is dope, man. That is dope. So look, you didn't get caller of the year because remember that Jay had that fantastic call where he called exactly how the Badu Jack and James DeGale fight would play out. He said that they would get those knockdowns, everything. He even called it a draw. So you got the medal for that.
Hey, that's
I'm
all
happy,
I need,
man.
Yo, Jay, can I ask you a quick question before you go? Because I met you in person, and you know, is there anything I say on air that's offensive or wrong or incorrect, other than I guess my tone?
That it's offensive, but I can see where people can see where it comes like with certain tones. Because one thing I never understood is one thing I wanted to ask you in person because I didn't want you taking it the wrong way over the phone. One thing I never got with understood. Like a lot of times you give Al Heyman a lot of slack and a lot of flack, but to me, Al Heyman helped you get on the show. And the reason why I say he helped you get on the show was because before you even a panelist on the Boxing Voice, you went and covered fights, and those fights that you covered were PPC fights. The promoter was doing fights in Florida, in Orlando.
And do you remember the phone call that I made that I said that Al Heyman, right, at least from the prospect perspective, that I don't see any other promoter going and finding young black fighters and young black Puerto Rican fighters. I really use the term black or urban or whatever term I use, right? Because obviously Golden Boy seeks Mexican American fighters or Mexican fighters, and I said that PBC gives them opportunities and gives you know, people in certain urban areas opportunities and has been doing a good job. But what I'm critical is the blind love for it. Like that's the difference, and I hear a lot of blind love. I'm just critical and I'm analytical and I'm critiquing. So that's where I'm coming from. It's not I don't dislike Al Heyman. It's the fact that people praise Al Heyman and shit all over Bob Arum, but I'm like, at least Bob Arum's there answering for himself, and Al Heyman's a mystery man.
I get what you're saying with that, but I guess it just comes into a little effect of where you have an opinion about somebody that hasn't even done anything. Like you can't even say honestly, what did he do? Only thing that he did was you can say that, oh yeah, he took his company from a person that was using drugs at the time. He did what any smart business person.
I said that before. Yeah, I said that before. Yeah, and I've acknowledged it before. And Jay, and to the people's defense that are offended by me, there are some people that are on Twitter, that are on the internet, that have podcasts, right? That do use, I guess, racial, I guess a basis of racism to shit on Al Heyman. So I could understand where people see that from, but where my criticism comes from is pure logic and boxing and principles and business. So I just hope people get that when I speak, and I understand sometimes my tone is whatever, but like
I can honestly say, you know what I'm saying, whenever we met in person, you treated me with the utmost respect and this and that. So I'm like, you can't really get a person how they are and their feeling, you know, from a short, you know, a podcast or whatnot until like how a person acts in person and how a person acts over the phone is like two totally different things. So I would definitely say if a person feels as though like it's sometimes your views are crazy. Like it would be something like I would have to really show you like, oh hey, you see what you said this about Andre Ward? If the person's hearing this and they're hearing what you're saying with that and they combine that with this and that, it can create you in a certain picture. You might not even be planning that picture, but if you just take a soundbite, like just a soundbite, you use that.
I know, but that's the thing. It's like but it immediately becomes like an issue because it's Andre Ward. But like, what? Like, I get it. The boxing is a what do they call it?
Territorial. Like it's either you like a boxing because they're from your area, or more than likely is you relate to them by the race. It's the honest. That's how boxing is. It's one of the two.
Yeah, it's tribal. It's tribal.
Yeah, it's tribal. Exactly.
Yeah. So and I get it, and it's an emotional sport, and people say things on the other side. I mean, I saw the culture clash when I was at the Kovalev Bernard Hopkins fight.
That's for instance, like I was telling people this. Like for instance, Danny Garcia don't speak a lick of Spanish, but you know how many damn diehard Puerto Rican fans I saw walking around with Puerto Rican flags at that fight and at the weigh-in, and he don't speak a lick of Spanish. So it's like that. But I will say this about Keith Thurman when it comes to his fan base. This is the problem with Keith Thurman when it comes to his fan base. Keith Thurman has a huge fan base. He brings in the highest numbers when it comes to PBC on a consistent basis. But Keith Thurman doesn't have a brand. Danny Garcia has a brand.
A brand, yeah.
Has a brand.
Yeah.
What the hell they should do is they should be having everybody walking around here with one-time hats, one-time shirts, one-time this, and make it be a saying. It's the easiest as saying, just one time. Let's go, champ, one time. Just follow just what other people are doing. It ain't that hard, but for some reason, he has a huge following, but with no fan base. So it's kind of crazy how he has a big following, but no true branding and marketing. That's my call, guys. I appreciate you, man.
Jay, thanks for calling in. Thank you for hanging out. Obviously, not our first time meeting, but definitely our first time getting to party, hang out, and meet. Definitely grow our relationship. What I'll say about Thurman is all my Patreon family who I owe shirts to, who've stuck around, I know I haven't sent out rewards to some of you. Some have received, some haven't. Some have dropped off because I've been slacking on the rewards. But hey, I'm working hard on the other end here, whether it's bringing you daily shows or bringing you daily interviews. But what I do want to say is that there will be a lot of nice shirts for you guys, man. We got a lot of good stuff. And speaking of branding, Keith Thurman, his he sponsored our TBV Appreciation Night, and the box didn't get here in time, right? So it's still en route. And speaking of branding, his publicist was telling me that these are new shirts that would only be worn on the fight. And we were the only other access, the other place that would have access to the shirt. So, let's see if they did do the whole one-time thing, since their outfits for the weekend did say one time. We're going to get to JD from Texas, who I had the pleasure of meeting.
On, man?
What's going on, JD? I had the pleasure of meeting him and his lovely wife, and man, he definitely impressed me. I'm just so grateful that you made the trip all the way from Texas, and you definitely hung out not only at the appreciation night, after the fight. Man, you're just an overall great guy, man. I'm glad that we had that opportunity. Can't wait for many, many more. But I do want to get your official take, man. I never got to do that since I'm always working. So how'd you see this fight?
Yo, first I want to say the highlight of my weekend is when we first met, and you were kind of talking to Terrence Crawford, and then you kind of like introduced us. You know what I mean? I thought that was cool. I was actually sizing him up, like I think I could take this guy. But on the serious note, I want to say shout out to Al Heyman for putting on another good show. And I know that's gonna piss MD off, but seriously though, I mean, you can't ask for much. The fight itself, I don't think lived up to the hype, simply because I'm mad at Keith Thurman. I think he won the fight. I definitely think he won the fight, but I think his issue is he talks way too much. Like I think another caller said the same thing, but I mean, you talk like you're just gonna, you're going for the kill, and then you end up moving around the last couple of rounds. It's like you need to be closing out the show, and it's like you writing checks that your ass can't cash. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know what to say about it, but it's like you have to close the show. And
so what about Keith Thurman? Don't you like though? Honestly, is it just the one time thing, or
no? It's just he said that he's gonna he's going for the knockout, and then
doesn't Floyd say that every fight?
I don't remember Floyd ever.
Oh, he wasn't bringing the power versus Berto.
I mean, I don't know. I really don't follow Floyd like that. I stopped following Floyd like a long time ago, bro. Like,
I'm just saying that a lot of fighters do that. A lot of fighters do that.
Yeah, but when Keith said, it's like he want to believe it. So now, going into his next fight, if he say the same thing, like it's one time and only 5 people didn't hit the mat or whatever he say, you know what I mean? It's like it's false advertisement. You know what I mean? So again, I think he won the fight, but I just think he's not that type of fighter. He shouldn't be that type of fighter to move around a lot. I mean, you use your power. You know what I mean? Use your strong points and close the show. Because had he lost that fight, and it's very possible that he could have lost that fight. But
did you listen to the post? Did you listen to the post fight?
I would not leave it in the judge's hands. I would close the show.
Did you listen to the post fight press conference at all?
I didn't, man. I was partying with,
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I thought Keith Thurman explained this perfectly. I think that what he said was, he goes, when you come to watch a boxing fight, sometimes you get a fight, but sometimes it doesn't work out that way when you get a boxing match. And I think that was the most honest and real assessment that I heard of somebody talking about a high level boxing match, because the way that the Porter Thurman ended out, that was fight of the year. That was exciting, fan friendly. Somebody who's never watched the sport of boxing can appreciate that. But just the way, like, it takes 2 to tango, right? And I think that you can't blame one guy and not blame the other guy for making the fight not exciting. Does that make sense? Or am I being a little biased? Because obviously I'm a Keith Thurman fan.
I see what you're saying, but still, at the end of the day, Garcia was bringing the fight in the last few rounds, and Thurman was on his bike. So again, I just think that he should have closed the show, point blank, period. He should, in the 12th round, he should have let everybody know why his nickname is One Time. And on the next note, man, I just gotta say, we enjoyed ourselves, me and my wife, man. And Ness, we see the hard work. We appreciate it. I would shout out everybody, man, but it's just 2 notable dudes I gotta shout out, because they came a long way, and that's Coach Mitty and Alex. I enjoyed hanging with those 2, and everybody, Jay Will. I know Joe. I wish I could shout out everybody, but I know Ness got to go, so. Appreciate it, Ness.
No, man, I appreciate you, brother, believing in TBV, being a loyal listener. I appreciate you staying in shape. You did better than I did. Bro, this guy is fucking in fighting shape, and he made it clear he's a 147-pounder. I was saying he was like 154 to 168. He said he's 147 when I seen him at Yayo's. Bro, but to be a truck driver and be that lean, man, that's official tissue, man. Thank you again for coming out. I just love being able to put a face to the voices and yo, just, I mean, after this weekend, how don't we feel like family? I want to thank obviously Mitty, Muhammad, Alex for being part of this show and making it truly an international show. All our Skype callers, all our UK, from whatever country you call in, you listen to. Hopefully you've been listening to everyone's words this show, and it'll entice you to come the next time. Listen, this was better than ever. Remember, we asked for 25 RSVPs. We had over 120 people there. I mean, Canadian Jose, who hasn't called in, he's probably in the air somewhere, thinks that there was like 200. I haven't even done an official count because I'm just still soaking in the happiness. Like Info Joe said, it was euphoric, man. It was boxing utopia. I mean, down to the bartenders making sure everyone was taken care of, and you guys taking care of your bartenders, down to giving out every award. Mauricio Suleiman showing up, Hank Lundy coming through with his beautiful wife. I mean, Steve Willis, the way Steve Willis just came in and interacted. I mean, the way he was just so funny. Eric Kelly was there. I mean, man, so many. Willie Monroe. I mean, at one point, it was like so many Cubans in there because Willie came through and Pete came through. My own best friend is Cuban. It was just insane. I mean, I envisioned it over and over and over of how it could have been, and it was everything and a lot more. I mean, we had the red carpet. Oh, man, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I feel like Cinderella, and I don't care who calls me whatever name. It was amazing. I'm living the dream. You guys are part of it. We're going to continue to grow. It's only going to get better from here. I mean, James from Arizona, bro, our old co-host, said it the best. He texted me after the event, and he said, how'd it go? I told him how it went. And he said, bro, can you imagine? It hasn't even been a year. It hasn't even been a year. June would be a year that would mark the first ever appreciation night. I mean, we're a couple of months in. We're already on our third, and it was the most grandest. I mean, as soon as you walked in, well, Patreon, you'll know. For those that weren't able to come, it was just beautiful, beautiful, and I'm truly appreciative. I feel blessed. Want to thank God, and that is from the bottom of my heart, but I'm going to keep it boxing and say, and Al Heyman for bringing us all these fights, keeping me busy, keeping us putting out all these podcasts. You know, I'm competitive. It's like boxing, you know. I want to work harder than everyone else. And a lot of you got to witness that down to JD seeing me literally run. I did a 40-minute dash to, what is it? I said that wrong, right, MD? What the fuck is it? 40-yard dash is what I did to Earl Spence when I seen him because TBV is still trying to get in the gym with Earl Spence, you know. He said, oh, I didn't start camp yet. I said, Earl, stop playing with me. You know you started camp. I mean, I need to get in there. But we're going to make it there, brother. We're going to make it all together. We're definitely going to make it. MD, for whatever reason, thinks I don't appreciate him, guys. Could you believe that? MD, look who's here. It's fucking 4 hours and 13 minutes. How can I not appreciate you? Stop it. Stop it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm dead ass.
You don't want me to say shit on it?
I'm just dead serious, brother. I appreciate you like I appreciate
my
brother, man. What are you talking about? Listen, I'm your host, Nestor Gibbs. Find me on Instagram and Twitter at NestGTO. Follow the good doctor.
You could follow me at BoxingMD1 on Twitter.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll be back as the news breaks. Hopefully, me and MD can do Tony Bellew calling out Deontay Wilder. Bomb Squad! See you guys maybe mañana.